Welcome to the 12th session, 11th session of Machair. It's been a minute, so we're gonna have a little catching up to do after the intro paragraph. Okay. Welcome to Machair. The 5 mighty travelers, known as the Champions, have been on several adventures and met many strange faces, but now they seem to be traversing the metaphorical Lion's Den. The Pecan Forest has many strange dangers beyond the myconids that have already been put to rest. The horrors this place will unfold, one would assume, far surpass the battle in the clearing. The risk of getting lost is real. The risk of getting killed is real. But the unknown, unreal paths your mind is taking bode far worse than what you've experienced so far. I'd say good luck. But is the choice even yours to bear anymore? So, last session, you left, well, like the last 2 sessions, you left the Cat's Cradle with information from the High Priest and Priestess of Tortoloct and Marwos, respectively, that there will be a trial held in a week. 7 days. You have 7 days to get your story together. You have 7 days to find witnesses, to gather evidence. You have 7 days to aid in determining the fate of the former High Priestess, Udaris. In looking for this information, you came across somebody who has been popping up in a lot of your various adventures. Someone that goes by the name of LRS. And eventually you gained means of conversation with this person via, I believe, Foucane's letterbox, a strange, rare, and relatively hard to understand magical item that basically allows you to send messages back and forth between someone via a small enchanted box. You have been conversing with this person, and eventually your paths led you to the capital, Tionskal, where the Cat's Cradle was posted at the time. The Cat's Cradle sent word to a companion of theirs, someone by the name of Clover, a fairy who runs a mysterious, moving, possibly sentient inn. You bought several magic items from the Cat's Cradle, you received a little bit of information, and you onboarded the inn at the end of the road and made your way into the Pecan Forest. During there, you experienced a small hiccup where you accidentally ran into a cluster or a clutch of these strange, small, mushroom-like sentient beasts, myconids, and a clutch of their eggs as well. Several of the mycelia and bramble got caught up in the legs of the inn, and you had to fight and cut your way out. You now sit in this clearing, pulling yourselves together after the battle. Your breathing is labored and heavy. Some of you are quite hurt. And your whim is up to you.
I think Naberos, after everything, I think at this point Naberos is inside.
I would say everyone could reconvene inside if they wish.
Yeah. Well, the only reason why I'm saying that is because I think Naberos ended up coming inside to shoot and ended up damaging one of the windows or like the shutters.
You didn't open the window.
You didn't open the window.
Yeah.
Panicked, but they retrieved the arrow. They apologized to Clover last session. I remember.
Yes.
They said that they would fix it, but right now, in a bit of frustration, they make their way back to the room that they slept in, or that they made home.
Yeah, and then Passion Strix were both the last people in because they had a little powwow. And I thought Fallon collapsed going up the stairs.
I think that's right.
Because
How bad is-
Fallon had a rough time.
Fallon got beat the fuck up.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, no, she.
Pash feels great.
I'm sure he does.
Oh yeah, Pash was like,
Pash
yeah.
has a headache, but that's more from sleeping.
Yeah. So, what are all of you doing?
Well, it's morning, so I guess I would just hang out here. Like, how long is this gonna take, Clover? Like, what's
It's
shtick?
so it's the middle of the night.
It was. We had breakfast right before this.
Oh, you had breakfast? Okay.
We had. Yep, she
So
had
it's-
coffee.
Yes. Okay. Sorry, it's been a
No,
minute.
it's cool.
So it's
I
not
just
the
watched
middle
it,
of the
like,
night.
last week.
So, at the top of the morning, did you guys
Top
get
of the
long
morning.
rests?
No, it was morning when the Myconids were there.
Okay. All right.
So people may have passed
So-
out. We go skip a day. I don't know what we're doing.
It's the top of the day, so Strix, roll for the teapot.
What do I roll for that? I do.
D20.
How about I roll a D100 instead? Here,
No.
10.
10?
10.
It's water.
Heck. Okay.
It's
If you
blood.
look inside the teapot, it's just clean water. So it's the morning. Clover would have made everyone some tea or coffee, whatever they prefer. And as you're kind of recuperating, Clover tells you that it'll be about another 6 or so hours to the tower. So if you wanted to take a long rest, you can.
Fallon wants a long rest.
Okay.
Which
Yeah,
is fine,
Navarro's-
so...
Navarros is gonna take a long rest.
Anyone staying awake during that time would have free roam of the. It's not a caravan, it's an inn.
It's an inn. It's a building.
Anyone awake during that time would have free roam of the inn. Food would be provided to you. Maybe some idle chatter. Chatter?
Chow talk, chattel.
Chattel? Idle chat between Clover, Aviv, Pixis, yada yada yada. And
What's can I ask what the inside, like the walls and everything, is it just like wood planks? Is it
it's a really cutesy little inn. It's sort of cherry and like very warm, dark woods. There's lots of plants everywhere. There are several really plush, like fuzzy rugs, like shag rugs. There's a fireplace on the eastern wall of the inn. There is a little counter at the very back, and there's a little seating area. So there is, like, next to the fireplace, there's a couch, there's a couple chairs, there's some blankets, that kind of thing. And then there's a staircase on the west side. That leads up to the rooms. Yada, yada, yada. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay.
I just now have to come up with a way to keep a 4-year-old entertained for 6 hours.
Do you?
Hey, Deidre. You did so good. You did a great job with the mushroom. You know,
Yeah.
solid 10 out of 10. Can you do me a favor?
What?
I'm gonna conjure my quill. Can you
Okay.
take this and just kind of make this table look better? Can you just draw some pictures on it? it draws on anything.
That's fun. She takes the quill, and you notice as she kind of lays her arm on the table to start drawing, first thing you notice is the table, like underneath her arm and kind of spidering out, there is a thick layer of frost, like permafrost, that begins to spread. And kind of crackle a little bit.
Alright, hang on. Hold on, that can't be good.
The second thing you notice, as soon as she lays her arm on the table, she blinks. The flame that creates her incorporeal form snuffs out for just a second. She doesn't seem to notice, but it is mildly alarming.
Yeah, okay. Hold on. Small thought. I was just gonna erase it, so I wasn't gonna think of damage, but just in case, lift up for just a second. I'm gonna take my coat off and just lay it in front of her. Just draw on that.
She goes straight up to the ceiling, not really understand what you're saying.
But just draw on this. The table was getting really cold, and if you get wood cold, it can warp it, and the whole thing.
You told me to go up here. She's like looking at the ceiling.
What did I say that?
You said lift up for a second.
Yeah, I get it. Okay, I didn't. Okay, you know what? Fair. This is why I let other people deal with this part.
She floats back down and starts drawing on the coat that you laid out.
I'm gonna go drink. Not drink. I'm just gonna go over here.
You watch her for a second, and she is like, she's not drawing, she's writing. And it is relatively impressive writing for a 4-year-old. It's like
29-year-old, yeah.
She's technically 29, but like it's impressive. She's like doing really fancy calligraphy. It is shaky and it's not professional. But it is rather impressive to watch for a second.
Yeah, I'm not doing it. I'll hang out here with her on the table. I was gonna leave, but whatever.
You do notice that she seems much less low energy today. For obvious reasons, but she's quite bright and bubbly. But her fire has dimmed just a little bit from the dream. So, Renata, what are you doing?
I am probably resting. Kind of like just enjoying the downtime. Yeah.
Are you up or downstairs?
Wherever I can go to rest. I don't remember the layout of this place.
So, downstairs is like a tavern. There's no there are a couple tables, but there aren't really comfy couches and chairs and stuff downstairs. And then upstairs, there are 6 rooms that you can isolate and be by yourself in.
I will probably be up in one of those rooms.
Okay.
Just kind of collecting myself, resting, all sorts of things. There's a lot going on.
Yeah. Fallon, Strix, Naberos, you guys said you guys were taking a long rest?
Yes. I think so because I've used up 2 of my spell slots, so just might as well. But I mean that's the only like issue that Strict has at the moment. Talon was on her fucking deck. She's fine, man. I think he was on top of the roof actually.
There.
I mean,
You
I
flew
just
up.
woke up, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, Pashalik sits downstairs, sort of idly with Deidre. Eventually, she gets kind of bored of drawing on your coat, and just starts to like walk in circles. Walk very loosely. She doesn't really walk. She kind of just floats. She starts to walk in circles for a little bit, and right at the tail end of your guys' long rest, you feel a really heavy lurch of the inn. And Pashalik, I believe being the only one downstairs at this point, you see Deidre blink again.
So is she
that's-
fully disapparating and reappearing, or what's happening?
No. So, Deidre is essentially composed of 2 parts. And you've seen this before. When Deidre was thrown out of your Mind Palace, you saw her laying on the floor, but instead of bright burning blue flame, she looked almost like charcoal. Like the flame had snuffed out and there was just a shell left behind. And that's what you're seeing when she kind of blinks, is the flames just snuff out for just a second. And then they come back. And she doesn't really seem to notice that it's happening.
Is she acting any way? You said she doesn't seem to notice. Is she playing it off, do I think? Or...
Make an insight check.
Oh boy, I'm super good at these. Where is it? Public.
You're probably... Where's my d20?
It's bad. It's 8.
Okay. You're not... She's kind of hard to read because she's a ghost, but you have shared a consciousness for a while. And she'll be doing something, and it's happened twice now. She'll be doing something, and then she'll snuff, and then she'll come back, and she'll continue doing it like nothing ever happened. It doesn't seem to you like she's just playing it off. It seems like she's genuinely not noticing, but you're not really sure.
Weird.
She doesn't seem to have any reaction to it. She is doing something, she blinks, and then she just continues and isn't fazed by it, is all you can really see.
Fair enough.
At that point, Plover announces to everyone, and you guys upstairs can hear this as well, and no one's really sure how. It sounds almost like a loudspeaker type situation. But she will announce that you are at your destination. And that everyone should convene in the sitting room.
I suppose I'll go to the sitting room then.
Let's see.
Alan's just getting up.
Yes, this is at the tail end.
She kind of wipes her eyes and lets out a yawn before heading down without a.
Does everyone do so?
Let me see. I guess before I head down, am I able to bring back my companion?
What does it say?
I'm looking.
Because familiar is an hour. I don't know how it is with the primal companion.
That should just be a long rest, but you should double check.
Within the last hour, you can use your action to touch it and expend a spell slot. Beast returns to life after a minute. When you finish a long rest, you can summon a different primal beast, but I can also do the same one.
Yes.
I'm gonna I'm gonna do that then.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring back the baby.
You bring back Paul, and he's a crocodile. You know, he's just happy to be here.
Yeah.
As happy as a crocodile can be.
He's gonna have a great time getting down those stairs.
That's what I was gonna say.
Can Navarros pick up Navarros is gonna rub Paul's head and then picks Paul up and then takes Paul down the steps.
Question: how heavy is a crocodile?
That's what I was wondering. It's like, dang, you just
do you want
picking
me
it
to-
up.
And how strong is Never?
Not very.
Navarros has a 13.
That's above average.
It's above average.
How heavy is a crocodile? Hold on.
Oh, muscle baby.
They really are. They're dinosaurs.
Let's see. They're 15 to 20 feet long.
Yeah, that's a big boy.
It's a big boy.
I don't know how heavy they are.
It's not telling me that they're heavy. It says they're muscular.
The largest reptile in the world, a crocodile, can weigh up to nearly 2,600 pounds. No, you can't pick up the crocodile.
Can I pick him up just by his front legs and drag him down?
Well, at that point, just let him walk down himself. I feel like that would hurt worse. Because, like, their
Okay,
little legs
fine.
are not very strong.
Yeah, okay, fine. Fine, I'll let the crocodile completely just fucking...
He
Should we-
shambles
Can
very slowly.
Can I roll a dex check for this beast of the sea?
I really want to see Nabarros
Yeah.
attempt to
I
pick
need
him
to
up.
know.
Yeah.
I really want to see
Okay.
Nabarros attempt to pick him up and just immediately regret it as he fucking back
No.
out.
So that's a first of all, that's a 9 for the dex. What does Paul do?
He makes it down one step. He makes it down 2 steps. And he goes to make the second, and he just all the way down, and he takes you with him. Like, he curls his tail, and it sweeps your ankles, and you both land hard at the bottom of the stairs.
So I also gotta point out, right? Because
Does anybody see this?
I
Yes.
mean, I'm already down there.
It's an open staircase. Anyone downstairs would see it.
This gator is a gator, but it's also not because he's using a beast of the sea. This thing moves at 5 feet around.
Yeah, it's slow.
It's got like flipper legs. He's doing his best.
It's slow.
He's doing
You
his
put him in
best.
water, he's gone. But he's so
Right now, he makes like 3 steps and he's dead, gone.
Gators are so fast on land. This guy is not. He's doing his best.
He you all see Nabarros and Paul. Is the name of the beast Paul?
I guess so at this point.
You see Nabarros and Paul just ass over tea kettle down the stairs. Like the most royal wipeout you've ever seen.
Hey guys, Paul's back.
Nabarros, are you okay?
Navarros gets up and like wipes himself off. And it's like, I'll be fine.
Alright, if you say so.
You see Deidre kind of embolden a little bit, and get a little brighter and a little more chipper, seeing the weird koi fish alligator, and you going ass over tea kettle just down the stairs with like you've got like a massive bruise where the tail whipped you now on the back of your leg, and she kind of picks up and flies over and she goes to pet the crocodile, and for a moment there's like a moment of cringe in Pashalik, but it doesn't. The frost effect doesn't seem to affect Paul.
Hmm.
A creature of magic.
Make an Arcana check.
Oh. Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, Pash was cringing because he wanted something to happen. He did.
+3, and I got a freaking 11. Okay.
Fucking Rares and his stupid lizard.
Be nice to the Barrows and his stupid lizard. And
11's
actually,
enough.
it's their stupid lizard. Thank you very much.
11's enough. You easily deduce because Paul is a summons and Tidra is sort of a familiar now, that the two energies kind of cancel each other out, and the sort of passive frost doesn't really affect the crocodile in the same way that it would a natural creature.
Cool, so I guessed it.
But as you have all reconvened, you realize that you do not see Pixis and Aviv downstairs. Clover is sitting. You all kind of look around, and you would see Clover sitting up in the beams of the ceiling. There's like low-hanging, like farmhouse beams, rafters. And she's kind of just sitting there, and she's just been watching this exchange happen. And she flies, or not flies, but she jumps down. She doesn't have wings. You're not sure how she got up there. And she sort of addresses everybody. So, we're here. It's about a 5-minute walk east. Just go straight east. Don't deviate. Promise. You don't want to deviate. Just go straight east. Once you leave the door, I will not be here to pick you guys up when you are done. So you'll have to find your way back on your own. But you guys seem very capable. And she kind of looks at Paul.
Mostly, I guess.
I'm sure you can figure it out. Pixis and Aviv also won't be joining you.
Oh.
There are some things that we need to deal with before the trial. And 2 birds, 1 stone, right? So, good luck, I guess.
Thank you.
Sorry, this place kind of gives me the creeps. Plus,
I thought. Wait, what? I thought you worked for this person.
I mean, kind of. Occasionally, I will stop by and give, like, food or something, but I really don't come here that often. It's, like, less than once a year, if that. So, and I don't ever stay for very long.
Alright, fair enough.
Anyway. I mean, you guys are the champions. You'll be fine. Again, go straight east. And she kind of jumps up onto the counter and, like, laying on her belly on the counter, reaches down into a cabinet on the other side. And pulls out a small bundle, and hands it to whoever takes it. And you will have 3 days worth of rations for all of you in this bundle. It's just like dry jerky, preserved fruit, that kind of thing.
Neveris will take it.
Yeah. Just enough to keep you going. And then she just kind of waits for you all to leave.
All right. Come on, Paul. Let's go.
You dart forward with your bunny legs, and you're like halfway out the door. Paul takes one step, and then
Come on, Paul. Come on, Paul.
and then another. It's a slow process.
Guys, Paul's got this.
I'm gonna wait till it's like halfway across the room and then just walk past and out.
You do, unless you bamf Deidre back into her room in your mind palace, she will sit on your shoulder.
She seems fine. She's Jesus.
What?
I mean, my brain doesn't work. It was like Pash is so small. I'm like,
She's
how small is she? Does she become even smaller?
no, she's just very, very small. She's like 1'4", and she's thin. She's made of fire. She weighs nothing.
I get it. It's just the image.
It would.
'cause he's
The
Give the
visual would be
visual.
funny.
Yeah, that's fair.
She's over half as tall as he is.
She would like, like the dad thing, where like the kid's on your shoulders.
Oh. Normally the dads are much bigger.
That's true, but this is what you've got.
Yeah.
So-
as soon as she tries, I'm just gonna bamf her back.
She allows it. She makes no fuss. And I assume you walk.
We're all out, hanging out, and it gets up
Yeah.
and leaves the town.
I guess so.
Alright, which way is east?
She said, "Go directly straight out the door and continue that way. That way is east. Do not deviate."
Alan
is
just
what she
kind of
said.
walks past everyone in a straight line heading that direction.
But what if we do deviate? What happens then?
Fuck around, find out.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't want to do that. That would, might not be a good idea, bud.
Well, my least favorite thing about being a champion or whatever is that people look at us like we're immortal. You hear her? She said, "Oh, you'll be fine. You're the champ." Like, people, made of flesh and all that.
Yeah, well, I mean, there was that one time that I felt like I needed to peel my flesh off from the mushrooms.
Well, don't do that.
I mean, I wasn't gonna, but then it just kind of started. It was kind
As
of gross.
That's
As you're
again,
speaking-
that's-
As you're speaking, you hear a massive, what sounds like a tree being pulled from the earth. This massive, like, sound. I don't know if that picked up on the mic.
It kind of did.
Mostly. I heard the and that was about it, but it was like real
That's
quiet
fair.
and kind of.
It's fine. You hear this massive uprooting sound as the inn gets up and begins to scuttle away. It's unnerving to be outside when it happens.
Don't like how that looks.
And you are officially on your own for the first time in your journey. How does everyone feel about that?
Oh, we've gotten this far, right? Sure, we'll be alright.
Finally.
Right?
Starts
Oh.
packing my pipe.
Nemeris is just kind of like, well, this kind of sucks, but it's fine.
Alright.
All right. I would like everyone to make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
What the hell? We just walked out the building!
Yeah, and we're in a magical fucking forest.
You're in
Full of
a
Gross
forest
mushroom shit.
full of mushrooms.
Holy
15?
crap, Renata!
Oh my god, Fallon, please.
18!
Okay, everybody's rolling
So-
decent except for Fallon, who's just dead now.
I have a 4 in
Alright.
Constitution.
I see! I have a 2! Renata has a 1
oh
and
my
got a
God.
freaking.
I got 11.
She must be
Everyone,
She must be
I'm-
under the weather.
I'm going to call your name. Tell me your number. Naberos.
18.
Pass. Pashalik.
Pass.
11.
Fail. Strix.
15.
Is it meets it, beats it? I don't know. Yeah, it would
Meets
be.
it, beats it, yeah.
Fail.
What? Ah.
Fucking what? I guess
Renata.
you didn't meet it.
20.
Pass. And then Fallon is 6, so that's a fail. So, who failed?
How about Paul?
I did.
Everyone except for
Oh,
Renata and Navarros, I think.
Just
Yeah,
does
how does
need to
Paul?
roll?
The familiars do not get saves,
Oh, thank God.
so
Paul's just dead again.
Charlotte, Fallon, and Kai. The DC was 16.
Who's Kai?
Strix.
I don't know who
sorry.
that is.
Yeah, Kai.
I didn't know I was a part of this
Shark.
campaign. I don't want to be
Yeah.
champion. Holy sh...
Pashalik, Fallon,
Yes.
Strix, roll D100s for me.
Oh god.
No, thank you. Actually, I think I'm good. I think I'll choose not to.
Good luck, everyone.
96.
I'm
Do you even
rolling
have
so
that
low
number?
today. This is not a good sign.
No. If you roll above an
62.
85, okay, so
Then
Strix
just roll
is
a
62.
D85.
62.
Yeah, why don't we have a D85?
Strix.
You can.
As you're speaking, as you're getting ready to stumble off into the woods with Crocodile and Ghost in tow, you look down at your feathers and you are magenta.
That's not... Okay, sure.
All of your feathers become bright hot pink.
I mean, that's not much different than what I already
You
look
look
like.
like me.
That's fair.
We're the same color.
No, but you look. I don't know. I'm colorblind, I think.
Fallon rolled a 9. We'll do
Good
Fallon
roll.
next.
That gives me a bad
Um,
vibe.
No, I don't like that one. Reroll.
Okay.
That's
you
too
roll
close
above
to
an
Strix's.
85 or
It
a
turned
9
blue.
Or...
66? Both of you got 66.
Oh yeah. You want me to reroll or?
Order 66.
Yeah, reroll.
I guess I'm just not good enough. Okay, I see it.
50, okay.
50. Okay. Let me see.
Sorry, just when I saying the exact same thing made me...
This one's great. Fallon, as you go to speak, you notice you can only speak in rhyme.
Fuck yeah.
Everything you say must rhyme.
Well, that means Fallon's not gonna be speaking a lot. Strix is happy about this already.
Oh, I'm jealous.
And then, Pashalik, you got 66?
Yeah.
Okay. You are afraid of the color yellow. If you see something that is yellow, you must instantly use all of your movement to run away.
Do any of us wear yellow? I can't remember what color Renata wears.
I've never been more happy that my fire is canonically gross red trash fire.
Yeah.
Didn't someone get stuck with the rhyming shit in another session?
No.
No, he had like he had to repeat the last word.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Oh.
Navarro's had, you can only say every other word of a sentence.
Yeah. So no rhyming
Just-
yet,
There are
but
lots of
it's...
speech ones.
The
Does
rhyme
anyone
makes
have
for a bad
yellow-
time.
Navarro's
Good
does
luck.
not
I don't remember
speak.
Renata's design. I don't think I ever finalized his design for Renata, so good luck.
Renata, it looks like wears blue most of the time.
most of the time.
Okay. All right.
So no one has yellow. Okay,
No,
We're good.
No.
not to my knowledge.
Yeah, Paul also doesn't have yellow, so we're good.
Paul is orange.
Paul is orange.
So, are you going up the path?
Yes.
Following
All right.
Fallon.
You ride in the inn at the end of the road a little longer, eventually come to a halt. The innkeeper tells you you've reached your destination, and you exit the inn. Bags and baggage from the morning in tow, you look up to see a 4-story tower overshadow you and your friends. The tower sits in the middle of a small clearing of massive mushroom trees. The tower itself is made up of simple stone brick with large vines of purples and greens stretching up the tower to the sky. The door is of simple make, but has a few beautiful hand-carved filigree bits. It looks handmade. To the left of the tower is a dirt path laden with stepping stones that curve through the forest to an unknown destination, and to the right is a short stone wall that attaches to the tower that seems to hold a garden bed. So, you have arrived.
Navarro's looking up at the tower is like, wow. I feel like we would have missed it. We wouldn't have missed this since it's a 5-minute walk. This thing is huge.
Just don't eat all of our rations. Right.
It was a half a jerky. You each get yours in a minute.
Well, is someone gonna knock or?
I don't know. What do you do?
I'm not talking to you, Zim.
Oh, Pash at it again with the voices in it. I'll knock.
Who's
Go-
knocking?
I'll go. Strix. I almost said Pash. No.
I'll do it.
I go up and I go. I don't know if that picked up, but
It
Oh.
didn't.
Navarro's would be like, Strix, be careful, please.
I knocked on the door.
Make a perception check.
Perception.
Oh,
That's a nat one.
You
Good.
stare up and you look at the door, and you knock and you're waiting to hear like footsteps or something, and you don't, and then you get kind of distracted, and you're looking at the door, and there's like these beautiful little horses carved around the frame of the door, and there's like a little there's a little campfire carved into it, and there's a little toadstool bush thing carved into it, like a toadstool patch carved into it. And you're just sitting here and you're just admiring the expert craftsmanship of this door. And
Strix has
you
ADHD
notice-
confirmed.
You notice nothing else.
Hey,
You
does somebody have like a piece of charcoal or something?
I mean, obviously, but why?
No, but like, look at this door. And Strix pulls out a piece of like parchment paper. And he's like, charcoal, yeah. And he does like a hand motion, like, give me, you know?
No.
Well, I wanna like.
Can I take the coal out of the cauldron that I have?
you can try. Make a dexterity check.
Oh god. Check or save?
Check.
Okay. Yeah, that's a 9.
You go to grab the bit of coal at the bottom of this cauldron, and you're just not fast enough. And you have no hand covering. So you reach in barehanded and grab this coal, and it is hot, and you have to immediately let go. It's not enough to, like, wound you, but you know at this point, like, you've either got to get something to cover your hands, or you're gonna be burned.
Well, Strix, I tried. Sorry.
I wanna see if I have any like frost related magic so I can freeze your hands instead.
Oh my god.
I don't think I have anything like
freeze
that.
my hands. I feel
You
like
have
that
an
would
ice
suck.
ghost.
Pash says nothing about it.
Yeah.
I only have spare the dying, so unfortunately, not much I can do.
Maybe you can try
There's
again,
just-
Rabbit. Just really, you work quick enough.
Wait. I have So I still haven't changed out of my clothes from the dinner.
Wait, can I pour
but
water on his
basically-
hand?
I feel like that would just boil my hands. Navarro's
Certainly try.
Wait, hold on.
wrapped.
Sorry, soft thing. Strict did knock and then just started looking at it, or just got fully distracted before they knocked.
So Strix did knock, heard nothing for about 30 seconds, and then started admiring the door. And you've been standing outside this place for about 5 minutes,
Fallon, can you
and
just open the door while they're
nobody
fucking
has
around?
tried the door handle.
Fallon just kind of grabs for the door. Single word.
It
Thank
does not appear to
you.
be locked.
Navarro's and Strix are still just talking about it. Navarro's is like, wait, if I have my the ripped up coat, if I and they're wrapping their hand with it, and they go to reach into the cauldron again.
What's the cloth made of?
Probably some sort of cotton or polyester or whatever is like hemp. I don't know.
Cotton or hemp.
Cotton or hemp.
Make a dexterity check at disadvantage.
Oh god.
Knock it out with a.
11.
No.
Fuck.
You you reach in and you realize this is not thick enough. You would need like thick, like forged gloves to even attempt to get this thing out. And you turn the cauldron upside down, and the coal doesn't come out. So you're not even sure at this point that you can get the coal out.
Well, Strix, this looks like the B plot of this episode.
You know what? We'll come back to this later. We'll probably exit out of the same door, right?
Oh, I'm sure.
Looks back up. Just those two are there. Oh.
Hey, Cabarros.
Paul is also sauntered in, I'm sure.
Where's everyone go?
The door is open, and you see all of your friends standing inside, looking inside this room.
Oh, Strix, I found them.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
The bird and the bunny have ADHD. Okay, you all go inside. You'll go inside.
Tim, you're the one who gave Strix canonical ADHD, so...
I know, I know. I just
It's
needed
inevitable.
a reason. As you enter the thick, handmade door, you are met with a sight you didn't expect to see. Directly in front of you, in the center of the room, is a small pond. Lily pads with vibrant flower litter the surface of the water, and strange, colorful fish populate just beneath. Above this pond are 3 multicolored orbs that flit and dance about calmly. On the east wall sits what appears to be a grow bed. Several local plants have overgrown the floor, and a few planter boxes are scattered about with various herbs and mushrooms. To the west appears to be a lab of sorts, several random tables sitting on the floor with various vials, pots, and cups, with different types of propagating plants. There is a bench on the far wall with various different gardening tools and extra plant pots. To the right of the bench is a large cauldron with strange crystals beneath, and a beautiful pearlescent liquid sitting inside. Beside the cauldron sits a handful of different bowls of water with strange fish-like creatures swimming inside, and various exotic water plants growing in them as well. There is a desk that sits on the back wall with a large glass case with a preserved flower inside. Next to the desk appears to be empty husks of the spordrin eggs you had fought previously. On the back wall is an overgrown trellis-like structure that you imagine could function as a ladder to the next floor.
What color
Navarro's?
fish and flower?
I just changed you over to floor 1.
Uh-oh, I see yellow, Pesh.
Oh.
I do. I leave the front door.
Pashalik immediately used 30 feet of his movement to walk back out.
Nope. No.
Wait,
No.
but
No.
Pashalik, wait.
This is beautiful. What's wrong with him? He's scared of
You didn't
making
get
it
your
go up in
ration.
flames or something?
Can I have everyone's
Oh.
marching order, please?
Oh, Fallon would go first.
I
I
imagine...
was
your
behind Fallon, but I assumed
Put your
wrong.
tokens where you are in the room.
Where's the
Door,
door?
is that
Oh,
the
door's
yellow?
right there.
The door is at the bottom.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
I see it now.
This
Sorry,
is the door, right
canonical...
here.
I also...
Conical cut.
You are not in the room.
I realized that. I had
There
to
you
be my
go.
guy though.
Yeah. Renata, where are you?
I'm probably more at the back end of the group.
Go Token and Girly Pop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Put your tokens where you are. If you move your tokens so that I know where you are at all times, please.
Oh,
So-
I see the grid having...
I know,
Time.
it's awful. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It happens.
It's okay, it was just disorienting for the first, second, because I was like, wait, why is the characters not on the grid?
Yeah. So, you enter this room. Pashalik seems utterly distraught at the sight of one of these orbs. And you are now in the room. Without Pashalik. What do
Guys,
you do?
Pashalik didn't get his jerky.
Fine.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Probably has a plan or something. He's usually the one who has things going on in that head, you know?
Yeah, but he did kind of run out going, nope, 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 nope. I feel like that's kind of a bad thing.
Shalik, as soon as you leave as soon as you leave the line of sight of the yellow, the fear goes away, and you feel like you could walk back in.
Damn.
Great, thanks, Zim. Very cool.
Gonna make Pash look like a dumbass.
Good.
You
Deserved.
remember, like looking at that yellow orb made you like not want anything to do with it. You know that, so you could take measures to avoid it.
I know also that we have talked about magic bullshit, and I know that I've seen yellow before and not had this reaction. Would I have had a guess that it's this magic bullshit that's fucking with me?
Yes.
God, I
At-
fucking hate this place.
At this point, you guys are very accustomed to the Feywild fuckery that you're experiencing.
Fine. Deidre, and I just like, she's just here in front of me now. I need you to do me a favor.
Yeah?
I'm gonna need you to hold my hand and walk me around when we're in there. And I pull my hat over my eyes.
Okay. And she does. Very dutifully. She walks you in. You're effectively blind.
Yeah.
And you guys watch as Pashalik walks in with his hat over his eyes, and Deidre is kind of leading him.
Alright, what's in this room? I'm talking to you all.
I thought you were
Don't
talking to
act like you
Deidre,
haven't
I'm gonna be
seen
honest.
something before.
Well, clearly you haven't seen something before, so kind of a lot, honestly.
Lance.
Naberos is gonna walk over. You said on the desk there is a jar with a plant inside,
Yes.
like a flower inside.
There's a
Naberos-
cabinet desk over here. So that would be over here.
Okay, Naberos is gonna walk over there and kind of explore.
Okay. What are you specifically looking at or for? What have you?
Naveris is gonna look at the, specifically the jar, but the flower and the jar, and kind of the space around there. Do you need me to make a perception check?
Make a nature check.
Nature check. I can do that. Nature. Oh,
No, you can't.
I can't.
You're looking at this flower, and you've never seen this flower before. It sort of looks like a daylily. It's got a very, very dark, sort of verdant green stem and a white bell-shaped flower that kind of hangs. The flower appears to be floating in the jar with nothing like affixing it. There is no water in the jar. You're not sure how the flower is alive, and you kind of run your finger along the seam, and you're pretty sure that no air can get in there, but beyond that, you have no idea what's going on. You're just like, ooh, pretty flower. Strange jar.
This place is crazy. Paul, are you
Fallon.
looking at this?
Paul is still by the front door. He's slow.
Paul, get over here. Come look at this.
Fallon,
you
what are
can,
you
of
doing?
course.
Fallon's looking directly, kind of like into the lake thing, like pond.
Okay.
Just kind of examining everything in it, trying to make sense of what's going on with. She feels like it's, at least in her mind, it feels like the most important part of the room.
Make a perception check with advantage. 16? You look up at these strange orbs. There's a yellow one, there's a green one, there's a purple one, and you look back in the pond and you see there are a number of fish in this pond. It's a pretty sizable pond, actually. and you're looking in the pond, and there's several species of very colorful fish, and they're all very small. But you do see 3 much larger fish that correspond with the lights above you. The yellow one appears to be about 2 feet long, and it's sort of catfish-esque. It's bright yellow. Its scales have sort of an iridescent, like sun-dappled look, even though there's no sun coming into this room. And its whiskers, like the catfish whiskers, seem to be feathers instead of scale or flesh. The purple fish is a very large angelfish. It is solid purple with... Thank you. It is solid. It's sort of like a baby lavender color with these tiny, almost imperceptible black spirals just kind of randomly dotted across its body. And the green fish looks like an overgrown tadpole. It's bright green, and it has these crazy red eyes with star-shaped pupils, like imperfect stars. And its tail almost looks like a bird's wing instead of a fish tail, if that makes sense.
So, do I gain anything from fish? Like, do I have any idea of like what they might be connected to? Do I just assume they're just fish?
It's very obvious that these 3 fish stand out, and they somehow correspond with the lights above.
Lights above. Oh, like the orbs.
The orbs. They seem to correspond with those, and you notice, you kind of track the... Sorry, Pashalik. you kind of track the swimming patterns of the fish, and you notice that directly above them, the lights seem to follow. And if the fish dips down in the water, the orb lowers, and if they rise, the orb rises. It's very obvious they're connected. If you would like to learn more, you could make a religion check.
Yo, I'm really fucking good at that. No, I'm not.
You
Never mind, I am.
You are laser locked on these fish. You're not quite sure why. Maybe it's your feline nature, but it is like, this is genuinely fascinating to you, watching the fish and the orbs move in tandem. And you kind of get down on all fours, and you kind of, the yellow catfish like creature is very close to the rocky edge where you currently are, and you kind of lean down and you listen, and there sounds like there's a very light chittering coming from the fish. And as you kind of get back up and you kind of stretch and get on your tippy toes, that same noise seems to be coming from the orb. And you come to the conclusion that these orbs are the souls of these fish that have somehow been extracted and hung in the air.
Oh, now I have to figure out how to fucking communicate that to my party.
You just point, these are fish souls.
I can't. It has to be a rhyme.
It has to be
fuck.
a rhyme.
These are fish souls, you foals. I don't know.
Boo! Boo!
You can't help Nat. That cheat. That's a cheat.
That was bullshit.
The soul of fish are above the dish.
That mean?
And Barrels turns around and goes, "I'm sorry, what?"
Say that again, real slow.
Fish are in dish. The soul of fish above the dish.
Not a rhyme. You just said the same twice.
It works.
That's not a rhyme.
I'll allow it.
Thank you. The words.
This is a hard one. I'll allow some level of
God,
stretch.
I would have
Thank you.
traded so fast.
Listen, Fallon can blind herself. I'm fine with that. But not how it fucking works.
I know, I'm right there with you. It's
You would just
over.
use her fucking spear as like those little
A walking cane.
yeah.
Where? Okay.
Yes.
Sorry. So, Navros is up here.
Yes.
Yeah, Navi was looking at the flower.
Okay. So since originally I followed Faladin, I probably didn't see the light first off. I probably saw around Fallon because they're massive compared to me.
Okay.
Before I saw yellow and then had to leave. But I say I see a lot of yellow here. I don't know how. I forgot how to ping. There it is.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have Deidre wander me over that way.
Over here where the yellow is?
Yeah.
Okay. She does, and she toddles you over. Where exactly? Because she's kind of describing quietly to you what she's seeing.
Does this look like a desk or a table or a bookshelf or something?
It looks like a desk, but it looks more so like a gardening desk. Like there's extra pots and gardening tools, and there's soil underneath. It looks like a workbench to like replant pots and propagate and stuff like that.
Okay, fair.
I'm not.
So I get over there and she describes that, and I'm like, that's not what I was looking for. But I am over there now.
Okay. 1 second. Okay, you're good.
I assume Deidre's just like, yeah, a bunch of flowers.
Strix, what are you doing? I'm gonna let I'm gonna let Fallon cook on the rhyme a little bit.
Thank you.
If that's cool. Strix, what are you doing?
Is there anything interesting so nobody has looked at yet? I can try and gather some intel.
This really just seems to be like a garden room. There is a cauldron in the corner with this strange shimmery liquid. Over in this corner, that's not the ping button. Over in this corner,
Okay.
there is the entire back wall is completely overgrown, and you're not entirely sure how the plants have gotten in. But there are, this is a garden.
Oh, well. I get closer to, like, the cauldron and stuff and kind of see if the cauldron and plants
Yes.
have anything to do with each other. Anything.
Okay.
Roll some sort of magic.
What are you specifically trying to glean?
I guess. What is the cauldron like?
Well, the cauldron's over here.
Where?
It's over here.
Oh, I
This is
could have
the
sworn you
cauldron.
pung.
You
pinged.
definitely pinged over here.
No,
Yeah,
no,
you
no,
pinged-
sorry.
you
I
pinged
saw.
right
Yeah, I
here.
saw a ping over
I-
there. I was like, oh, okay. I
was
thought
like,
the other thing
this
was the
looks like a cauldron, but I
Yeah,
guess
I-
it's the other thing.
I was like,
I'll
I
explain.
could have sworn I thought that over
I-
here was the
Okay,
cauldron, but then you
sorry.
pinged over right, and I was, oh, okay.
I meant to ping the cauldron, and I guess it didn't register. And then I was
Ah.
saying, and then this back wall is covered in plants, and that's
Got
what I pinged the second time. Are you in the cauldron?
No, I came out.
Bumps
Okay.
past, like, hey, watch it.
So, can I discern anything useful about this cauldron, like the liquid inside it, or anything like that?
Make a. What check?
Hmm?
Make a.
Anna?
Just. Yeah. Make an Arcana check.
18.
18. That's pretty good. You. Something pings in your mind. You see cauldron, you see crystals, and you're instantly kind of like, ooh, you cringe a little. As you get over, this particular cauldron is a simple wooden, or not wooden, It's a simple cast iron cauldron with this strange glowing liquid inside, and there are crystals underneath that appear to be lit with some kind of arcane flame that keeps the cauldron always hot. You imagine it's some sort of permanent modified enchantment to do this. It sort of reminds you of the ever-burning cauldron that Naveros has. The liquid inside, do you touch it?
And discern anything about it before I touch it.
It's shiny. It looks like an oil slick almost, but it's very, very clear, and it's very shiny, and there's like specks of like glitter in it. It's very pretty. You smell it, and it smells like nothing.
Can I take
You have-
my dagger and dip it into?
You do.
Okay.
As you dip the dagger in, the liquid begins to fizz. Not like it's eating your dagger, but like when you agitate like a Coke. It starts to bubble and fizz. And you begin to smell something very faintly sweet from that reaction.
Okay, I'll pull my dagger out and see if anything happened.
You do, and it continues to fizz for a minute, and the smell gets a little stronger. And at this point, I feel like you've investigated enough. It smells very faintly similar to the potion that you took to get rid of your curse in the cathedral. It's not the exact same, but it is very similar. If you do anything with that information.
I don't know. I'm scared to, like, mess with it more.
Well, you have a general idea of what it does, and I would say with an 18, you would glean that it's not necessarily harmful. It's not going to poison you. I would say you would glean that pretty easily.
I have any sort of vials on me that I can pick it up with. I
mean, there are several small glass vials with plants in them that you could take.
Yeah.
If you wanted to.
I don't know if I'd be able to clean it good enough to, like, stuff in without also drinking old plant.
That's up to you.
Oh, could I disinfect it by, like, throwing a vial into, like, the, like, fire type area that's under it? Because you said there's, like, coals under
They're
so...
instead of a coal, they're crystals that have
crystals,
this
like-
enchanted flame that's like an ever-burning flame. The coal is not on fire, it is just like an ember, like a forever ember coal. But it does remind you of the enchantment base, if that makes sense. Like, it's a very similar enchantment, it's just different mediums. You can certainly try to throw the glass into the fire. I would say that you would know that there's a significant risk of thermal shock
Oh, okay.
and the glass shattering. But you can try.
How... I really am pulling out all the weird stuff tonight, I feel. How much plant is in it? Like, is it super plantified? The vials?
These vials over here, it's a little ball with a neck. So it looks like a potion bottle. With like a single, like, cutting with a couple roots coming out of it. It's not very planty, but it does have a plant in it.
Could I do like a nature check to see if they're like poisonous plants of any type that would like hurt me to ingest?
Do you go over there?
Sure.
Where do you stand?
That's concerning. I
just need to know. Okay.
That's where you said the vials were, right?
Yeah, they're on this entire bench.
Okay.
Like, there are 3 little stations. Yeah, make a nature check. Make a nature check. 16.
Bad.
You get the sense that these are just ferns. Like, they're just little, like, forest plants that this person is growing. You don't get the sense that they're necessarily poisonous. They just seem like standard plants.
Okay. How many vials are there that I don't want to take like a million, but
So there is 1, 2, 3. There are 9 on that particular bench.
okay, I'll just take like 2. I'll just kind of try and clean burns out of them.
Yeah, I say you take the vial and you pull the fern out and you kind of panic because you're like, I don't want the plant to die. So you go over and you put it in the pond, maybe?
Okay.
And you pour all the old standing water out. And maybe you get a little cloth. Maybe you get a little cloth and kind of wipe out the water.
Yeah. About right. I was actually gonna ask if I could like rinse the vials out with the pond water anyway. That works.
Yeah.
I don't know if that would actually be more.
I mean, I
like,
feel like that's valid.
it is still water, so it actually might be worse from that, but also it's magical.
It is a pond with fish in it, so
Yeah. Be fine. Make
salmonella
do.
at your own risk.
Make do. But I wanna come over to fill up those 2 vials. Oh god, do I have a
do.
cork at all? What works over there?
No.
Okay.
And they don't have a flat base. It's like a ball with a neck. That's why they were in stands. They don't have a flat base.
Fine.
But
I'll just
you go
bury
over and
them for now.
you fill up the vials. Make a dex check.
Not the word.
You, as you're filling up the vial, you accidentally brush one of your feathers in the, what is it? The potion, the liquid, and the pink fades. You feel the curse lifted. And immediately you get the sense that this is not something you ingest. This is something that is topical.
Wait.
So all the pink came off me, or just the part where it touched?
All of it.
Does
Oh, you
Fallon
feel the
notice?
I would say you would notice the hot pink bird go from hot pink to baby pink.
Fallon immediately runs towards the fucking towards the cauldron and dips her hands in. She like
I feel
takes
like
off her
Fallon would have
gloves.
accidentally shoulder checked like Strix on trying to rush over there.
She probably shoulder
It's
checked
from a
everyone
rock.
in her way.
Nah, fucking chill. I can't see.
You dip your hand in and you immediately feel like you can talk normally.
Oh, thank
Again.
Christ. She runs over to Pashelik and drags him over towards the
Ow, 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 ow,
she's not being
Does Poshalik
gentle.
allow this?
ow. I don't think he has much fucking choice right now. What are you doing?
She's not gentle at all. She just kind of like pushes his hand into the potion.
Damn, Fallon really stole my thunder.
Yeah.
What a bitch.
And
How tall is this cauldron?
it's about head height.
I didn't
for
steal
you.
jack shit.
Okay.
Not Fallon. Strix has 2 vials of these.
Yeah, I was like after
Their
Zim was
hands.
talking about that. That's why I was asking. I was gonna go over to Pash and like throw it on him so he'd stop like freaking out about yellow. But you know, Fallon. You
I
know.
need to be able to talk.
Okay,
You can.
Yeah.
you
Fu-
could talk.
Okay.
Yeah, in rhyme. And do you
So-
know how hard it is to figure out how to rhyme soul and fish and all that jack shit? You're impossible. I've been.
Whatever. I bet I could figure it out.
Oh yeah.
Piece of shit.
Pashalik, do you allow the potion to be poured on you?
Yeah. I don't.
I don't think
have to
Pash
make
would
a
know
stand
until it
against
hits him. Fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I don't think I don't think Deidre really would have said anything. She's like, oh, the colors. People are changing colors. I change colors.
Deidre would have seen the change, and she would have been like, "Oh, it's fine. Go." And you feel like you are no longer afraid of yellow. All right.
When was the last time we had something that got rid of the curse?
The cathedral. They had
The dinner at the cathedral?
I believe
The
so, yes.
spooky bad time? Gotcha.
Well, you had the potion was in the cathedral before the dinner.
Okay.
Okay, I thought we had gotten it.
So it wasn't the spooky bad time. It was just the money laundering bitch.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Renata, what are you doing in the meantime?
I was watching all this kind of go down, and she kind of like was like not expecting anything to happen because like she doesn't feel anything different or wrong, but she's like, I'll just poke at it, see what happens. I don't think anything will, and she just kind of sticks her finger in the cauldron, it's fucking around.
You stick your finger in it, and it reacts. Like every time you put something in the cauldron, it reacts and it starts fizzing, like it's carbonated somehow. And it feels very strange. It feels like your finger like falls asleep almost. It's interesting, but you don't feel any different, being as you were not cursed.
Yeah, kind of expected as much.
Can I tell you guys what I've been trying to figure out how to tell you, like the last 5 minutes?
I noticed you had a weird face. I thought you maybe were just like sick or something. I didn't want to really bother you.
No.
You said something about a dish?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was
dish,
supposed to be
fish.
the pond. The pond is the dish. And
Deidre flicks Pashalik's hat off of his eyes.
Yeah, I feel like, okay, sure.
anyways, but those orbs, the light, those are the souls of the fish underneath. They're connected.
What is how?
I don't know. It's just, I mean, how did you know to test the potion?
Put my freaking hand in it.
Okay.
You put your hand in this without knowing what it was?
I mean, not completely.
Exactly. That's my point.
No, I
Sometimes you just have an intuition.
don't. No.
Whatever. You have to trust me on this.
Is there a stool anywhere?
I mean, there are several little tables
A
that
chair
have plants on them
above me.
that you could clear. There is a chair that is about your height. It's for
right there next to Barros.
it's for a grown person,
That's
human person.
fine. I'm going to drag it over so I have
To
something to
it.
stand on so I can actually reach into this cauldron.
Yeah, Nebraska's gonna go closer to Strix. And okay, I don't know if you'll allow this because I think technically we would have gotten rid of them, but I still technically in my inventory I've checked them off so like they're not the potions. Would I still feasibly have like the vials from drinking the potions? Would you think of just health potion or whatever?
I mean, if Navarros feels like he needs to keep glass bottles, sure,
I mean,
I would allow it.
could keep the little marsh for a little bit of home. You never know, especially if we go past it. But I feel like Navarros would walk up and take the vials that were those health potion or were those potions and just dump them into
You do.
the cauldron.
You can add. Strix can add 2 curse removal potions. Nabarros can. I'm gonna say
Well-
you also get 2.
I don't
Okay.
have like corks on these things. I don't really know if I need to throw them in my bag like that.
It's fair.
I'm gonna
then-
dump out the remaining 2 liquor bottles that I have.
Okay.
Cast prestidigitation to clean them, and then
Okay.
just fill them up with as much as I can.
Okay, I will say you can fill one of them before the cauldron gets a little too low
That's
for
fine.
you to be able to dunk and like dip out liquid. And that would be the equivalent of 2 potions.
Okay, so 2 potions.
Hey Zim,
Should we?
would
Yes?
a bottle, like an old, like lesser health potion bottle, be bigger than the vials I have in my hand? Or...
I would say, for the sake of brevity, you would be able to pour both of your little vials into the big vial.
Okay, I'm gonna do that because I probably have the cork and bottle for that still. I feel like Strix
Yes.
would realistically do that.
Okay.
Strix did not think
You
about the
all-
fact that he had a vial in his backpack until everybody else was pulling out bottles, and he, oh crap, of course.
Yeah, I mean,
what
all
would
my
I-
potion bottles are still full, but I had liquor.
What
You
would
did.
I call that? First heal? I don't
curse
know.
removal.
Curse removal.
Curse removal potion.
I put curse relief.
Fair enough.
Ibuprofen.
Be gone.
Ibupotion.
Ow.
Ivy potion.
You guys would have the equivalent of 6 potions divvied up into random bottles you found.
And now it's
Awesome.
empty, or it's just too shallow?
It's too shallow to get a bottle in to scoop liquid.
So if we dangle someone by the ankles, they could, like, you know, reach far enough down and grab it or
No, I
whatever?
think what Zim is saying, like,
It's
the
a
bottle
liquid.
would scrape against.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Dangle at Jeffrey?
Well, okay, theoretically, we could really make this last, because you only need, like, a drop of it first.
It is topical.
It's how Zim wants to play that, because
I
they said
would
it was
say-
2 doses.
That is
They
true.
probably are gonna
I
keep...
will say the reason that I allowed Strix was to figure out it was not meant to
Yeah.
be ingested. But overall, I will say you have 6 doses of
Okay.
this.
I see. That's fair. Alan's still thinking about the fish.
I'm gonna
Okay.
attempt one last thing with this cauldron before we fully move on. I apologize.
Okay.
Since there still is, it's just too shallow to get a bottle or a thing down there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take out another, like a chain, like a shirt or a chain of clothes, because we had that earlier, and just cut it up, drop it in there to soak up as much as I can, and just squeeze it into a bottle.
Okay.
God, okay. I mean, it works.
Make a. What would be the check for sponging up a potion?
I have to get
Survival?
into this thing, so I think I'm gonna have Deidre help me if that works.
Probably
Okay.
survival.
My guess is survival. It's like, I don't know, ingenuity type
I was
shit.
gonna say dexterity. Because,
I'll do
like,
it.
not only do you have to, like, soak up the liquid and keep it in the shirt, but you also have to squeeze it into a tiny opening.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm gonna say dexterity check at disadvantage, because this is a precarious task. It's not impossible, but
Okay.
15 or higher, I'll allow it.
I didn't do it.
Okay.
Oh.
I
You
tried.
get a little bit, but you're like, that's not enough for anything.
That's fine. I
And
leave
you-
the sopping fabric and the bottle in this cauldron.
Awesome.
You do.
Fuck this place.
All right.
Can I try something?
Okay.
I wanna take the blunt end of my and try and poke one.
Fish dies.
How-
And
How much reach do you have on your spear?
I have 10 foot.
10 foot.
Like,
I'd say the ceilings are about 12 feet. So you'd kind of have to wait a little bit for the fish to dip down low enough. And you
yeah.
do poke it. Which orb are you poking?
I'll say the purple one or the magenta one. What you want to call it?
Okay.
Just because
You
it's
poke this orb, and the fish underneath it begins to swim in circles.
Oh.
You just see the orb flitting in a circle. It's very unnatural behavior for a fish, and it doesn't seem to stop.
take my.
You're just gonna leave the fish like this?
I'm
Kill the moon.
Well, no shit. No, how do I fix it?
No, don't kill the moon.
Start trying shit.
I poke fish.
Don't poke the fish, you'll kill the moon.
What are you doing?
I
So
don't.
you take
No.
you're taking the blunt end of your pole arm,
Yes, the blunt
and are you like jabbing it, or are you just like touching it?
touch. It's just a gentle touch. I'm not like.
Fallon, this takes
As-
spear fishing to a whole new level.
I'm not fishing. I'm experimenting.
As you touch the fish, it settles, and it continues its regular swimming pattern.
Oh, you fixed
Okay.
Oh, I did not think that would work.
Fallon would be I never thought Fallon would be a fish whisperer, but here we are.
You touch the magenta orb.
Yes.
As you pull your spear back out of the water, you notice that the end of your spear is purple
Oh. Fuck.
and it seems to be very, very faintly glowing.
I like that color.
Oh, did I fucking yank the soul?
Oh, you got soul on it.
Make a religion
Ew.
check.
Ooh, you got soul.
Fucking nasty, bro.
Did you like reconnect
You
this soul with
Just that-
something?
ew.
You glean that a small bit of the fish's soul is now on your spear.
Fuck.
You have a
You got
fish soul spear.
magic.
Are you gonna have to like group it up like a web? Are you gonna have to like swat it like a cobweb? Like, and you got all the soul.
Do I
on
have
it?
any idea as to like what these fish are connected to, or are the soul like, or do all I know is the souls are connected to the fish? That's it.
Souls are connected to the fish.
These fish feel really important, and I feel like I'm fucking with something bigger than myself.
As you look at the fish, you've never seen this particular fish before. You've never seen any of these three fish before. All the other fish in the pond seem like very normal fish. It's these three that are so weird and different. And you've never seen them before. And if any else is like looking into the pond, you also would not recognize them anywhere. What was your original question? I'm sorry.
I'm just asking. I know like if these fish are like connected to, they affect. Like, are they like? Do I know if they're like spirits or anything, or like?
When you poked it, it felt like a fish, and the way that they're swimming, save you don't poke their soul, is a very natural swimming pattern for a fish. It's just these orbs, man. They, like, as the fish move, the orbs move simultaneously, up and down, and then
So
x-axis.
So I would know if I picked up the fish, the soul would move up as well.
You don't know. You haven't tried that yet.
Can I try that?
Make a dexterity check. It's a fish.
I know. Fuck. Where's my dad?
8. You, much to the confusion of your party, because you've not really narrated any of this, you reach in and you try and grab this fish, and you, like, grab the tail, and it just manages to slip out. You feel like you're very close, like you were very close to catching this fish.
Hey, okay.
Barehanded.
I'm gonna try something else.
Okay.
Fuck, I don't have any bottles on me, do I? Yeah.
I should not have included these fish.
Does
I feel like we're getting so distracted
You-
by the randomest I'm so sorry.
They
Oh,
feel
yeah.
important. They're in the
No.
center of the room, and there are 3 giant orbs of light.
Dude, I spent like
I know,
20 minutes at the
exactly.
fucking cauldron. Spent like 10 minutes at the door.
Anyways,
Yeah.
Okay.
Fallon just shouts to the party. It's like, I need a bottle.
I don't have a bottle. Does
How big
does
of a
the
bottle?
Uh,
There's a lot of vials over in the corner.
I don't know, just big enough.
There are also plant pots.
How about a plant
Spare
pot?
plant pots.
Oh.
Plant pot?
Wait, Fallon, like, when she turns back, she notices one of the plant pots, and she just goes towards it and rips out the plant.
Wait.
What?
Whoa!
Wait, Fallon.
What?
Um. Okay. That's it.
Yes?
Huh?
You... Hello? Is Tavares fucking dead?
Owen, your mic might have broken. Renata, once this fish situation, I'll get to you, I promise.
Okay. Hold on. Did that work?
Hello?
I hear you
Yes.
now.
Hello?
That was so weird.
Yeah?
Anyways.
You sound like you're underwater now a little bit, but it's
Yeah.
better
You fell in the
at
pond.
least.
They fell in the pond, excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah, Naberos fell in the pond. I'm so sorry.
Okay, you sound better now.
Okay. Cool. Naberos was gonna ask, do they notice the purple residue on Fallon's? Because they walked over to Fallon as Fallon was like doing
I mean,
everything.
That would depend on how Fallon is moving. Like, if Fallon is moving really quickly, it's just a tiny bit on the end of the spear.
She's in
So-
full plate armor, so I'm gonna assume she's relative.
Okay.
I
So-
would assume he'd be able to notice, especially because she would be holding forwards, the back end would be pointing up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then yeah, you
Um,
would see it.
Hey Fallon, can I borrow your spear just for a second? I promise I'll give him back.
What are you doing with it, though?
An experiment.
Okay. He kind of hands him the spear.
It's much larger than a Barrows. Like, it's a
Wow.
10-foot spear for a relatively tall lion folk. So
Yeah.
for a little tiny rabbit, it's much
For
larger.
a rabbit that is 4'3" in height. Wow. Okay. Thank you. And they turn to the pond. Can I do a perception check to find the purple fish?
It doesn't require one.
It's beneath
Okay.
the orb.
It's just
It's
beneath the orb.
beneath the orb.
Cool. I don't know if that was relayed, so that's why I
It-
can't remember.
Has been.
Okay, it has been. Cool.
It's fine.
So Naberos locates the purple orb, takes the end of the stick that has the soul residue,
hmm
and goes to gently bat the fish with the soul end of the sphere.
Okay. One thing, you would recall Fallon has already done this to poke the fish.
Fuck! I
But
thought it
you-
was.
You do it anyway, because you're just like, I just want to poke the fish. And maybe it'll do
Curious.
something this time?
Look, maybe Fallon
And-
did it wrong.
You
Maybe
poke
I mean,
the
that's the
fish.
definition of insanity.
You poke the fish.
I don't remember this
and
happening. I'm gonna be honest.
You poke the fish, and the fish begins to swim backwards.
Well, I don't think that's any different than what we just did, but that's something new that I've seen.
I think Fallon would go back to ripping out the plant after seeing that.
Poke
Where
it
are you
again.
ripping out a plant?
Huh?
Where are you ripping out this plant?
I have. It's right above where my token.
That is not in a pot. That is in the ground.
That's in the ground. Shit. Fine. I'm over here then.
Where are you?
At the yellow ones.
Okay, there are assets that I have to keep track of, so I need you to, yeah. Those are several plants that are small. You imagine that the fish would not fit in those.
I don't want the fish.
Okay.
I want to try and get the soul in the pot.
What? I thought you were going for the fish the whole
Okay.
time. Yeah, Zim, I don't know what's going on either.
Yeah, no, I'm cooking.
What the fuck?
Gonna cook the
So,
fish?
you grab one of these pots and you're like, I'm gonna put a soul in this, and you start ripping the plant out.
Yes.
How are you gonna get to the soul? Because it's about 7 feet up in the air right now.
A chair.
Yeah, probably a chair.
It's above the water, so this is gonna be very precarious.
Oh,
I
never
mean,
mind.
all
I'm
you'd
gonna let
have to
this
do
play
is
out. I'm not
lean.
saying anything.
Well,
What,
I'm already 7 feet tall. Like, that's just how tall Fallon is.
It's above water!
Okay.
Okay, and?
You'd have to do some pretty serious reaching.
Yes.
Well, just trace the backwards swimming pattern of the fish that Navarro's now touched again with the spear, and you'll be fine.
How strong are the lily pads? Are they pretty weak?
You don't know. You haven't
Okay.
touched one.
Oh,
I'm gonna sit there and watch this.
Navarro's is just waiting to hand the spear back to Fallon at this point. It's like, I did all I could.
Okay, we're gonna move away from the fish thing for just a second. Renata, what are you? What are you doing?
can you describe this like area of
Can you
the top
describe the
half,
fish?
like these things going on here, like this situation, and the desk?
Yes. Okay. So these
Yeah.
are meticulously crafted planter boxes that have been completely overgrown. A lot of the plants on this this east wall seem to have originated from these planter boxes, but now have overtaken the space and grown into the floor. The white bits up here, are you walking to this?
Yeah, I'm walking over here and looking at this whole situation.
Rest in peace.
Okay, you're good. This appears to be a trellis, or a lattice that is propped up against the back wall with various vines and fungus growing on it. And you imagine that it could function as a ladder to get to the next story. The desk is just a single person desk with a curio cabinet at the top of it. And on the actual desk bit is a single white flower floating in a jar. Around the desk are small little tanks, like fish bowls with teeny tiny glowing fish, like they're jet white, and they appear to be faintly pulsing with a light source. And you also see clumps of moss and duckweed and various water plants growing in these tanks as well. And then these two plants right here appear to be the sporedrin eggs that you saw in the clearing that you fought. But they are empty. They are husks.
I don't like how you had to calculate the distance between me and whatever's going on in the lattices.
I'm just making sure.
Can I, well, maintaining a safe distance, you know, can I just I just want to focus on these plants.
Okay.
Because if we're to progress further, and this seems to be the ladder here, I got to see what is at the ladder to try to discern whatever I can to see if getting near these fucks will be bad or not.
How many feet away from the ladder are you?
Whatever's the safest. I'm about. I'm like right here-ish, around like 20. I don't know how the ruler.
So, this, from where you are, would be about 5 feet.
Will that hurt me?
Do you walk up to that within 5 feet?
I'm gonna stay like 10 feet away.
Okay, you stay 10 feet away. And you're looking at the plants. What are you trying to deduce?
Are the plants alive and dangerous.
You can very clearly see that they're alive. Make a nature check to determine the status of them.
Okay.
Hmm. 11, that's enough. You have seen these particular vines before. They look a lot like the grasping vines from the mushroom ravine, but they look to be a different genus. And they don't seem to be lashing out at you, they seem to be stagnant. So you feel pretty confident that they're safe. The purple and pink bits up here, that is not, that is a fungus. It is a naturally growing lichen. You have never seen it before, but I would say the Tortoloctian in the room would have. It is a naturally growing lichen, and it's pretty common in Tortoloct.
Okay.
You feel as though each of these are safe.
If all right. With feeling they're safe, a little bit safer. You know, they might be safe, but I don't.
What are you doing?
Should I go funny or should I try to keep be extra safe?
Do it for the bit.
You know, it is very funny because also I am not from here. I'm gonna kind of go closer to the plants and the ladder and kind of get a look at the ladder. I'm not gonna I'm gonna be very gentle and careful because I don't know what the plants might not like if I'm rough with them, so I'm gonna be nice to them. But I am just gonna kind of get a closer look, and I am now just a couple feet away from the ladder, kind of looking at the plants, maybe kind of reaching out to kind of poke at one.
As Renata gently taps the leaf of one of these vines, everyone is immediately distracted from the fish task and the ladder task. As you begin to hear a whimpering sound coming from behind you. Everyone immediately looks to Deidre, but she's right next to Pashalik, and she's holding his hand, and she's just happily following him wherever they go.
We're in a bowl.
The whimpering gets louder and louder and louder until it culminates in a blood-curdling scream. I need everyone to make a Constitution saving throw.
I guess the fish weren't important. I did have an idea, but I put it on hold.
18. Oh shit! And nat 20.
Nat 20. Let's go.
Okay.
The only one.
19.
Fallon.
So Renata got a 19, Nabarro's got an 18, Kai got a 22, Pashalik got a 19. Fallon, you being the closest to the source of this sound,
Bye, Fallon.
your ears begin to bleed and you instinctively cover them, but it's not enough. And you feel as though the energy is just being pulled out of you as the scream keeps droning on and droning on and droning on. It is so painful. You will take... Ooh.
Would Fallon fall to her knees?
She might. You will take 4 points of psychic damage. I'm sorry, force damage, not psychic. And you will also suffer 1 level of exhaustion as the mandrakes...
Oh god.
As the mandrakes on
Oh.
this table finally relent in their screaming. You imagine Renata getting too close to the ascent into the next story is what triggered this security apparatus.
Has Navarro's handed Fallon her spear back yet?
Navarro's was waiting to.
Well, you're all clutching your ears currently for about a minute as the screaming persists.
Ow!
Have any other
God.
weapons?
What's her spear?
Do you give Fallon her spear back?
I do.
Fallon takes it back and walks up to the mandrakes. Can I roll a perception?
Yeah.
Would it
What
be
are you trying to-
disadvantage because
Or I
the
guess-
exhaustion?
Or would it be nature?
One thing at a time. I would say, what are you trying to glean from it?
I'm just trying to figure out how to, like, take them out. Like, not pull them physically, but, like, kill them.
Roll a nature check at disadvantage because you do have 1 point of exhaustion. So all your ability checks are at disadvantage. 4. You are in so much pain. Like, you were the closest to the source, and it's rattled your brain. You're looking at them. They don't seem to want to go for another round. They seem to be dormant. You're unsure, and you're just dazed and in pain.
5. He'd probably just kind of walk away and just, like, start trying to think.
Can I, are these chandeliers, sorry, these things up here, are these candles on there?
Yeah.
Can Deidre get one for me?
Okay.
I'll snuff it out with prestidigitation if it's lit, and then she can grab that one.
Why?
I need it for it just in case.
Okay. And she goes
thank
up
you.
and grabs it and then gives it to you.
I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna use prestidigitation. I'm gonna warm it, and I'm just gonna peel off like 2 bits and just shove it in my ear.
Okay.
Huh?
Deidre seems confused by this, as neither she nor the beast were affected by the scream. But
I can see you're confused. It was loud.
okay. And she kind of shouts over the wax.
Huh?
She just like knocks your hat back down over your eyes. So now you're blind and deafened.
I sit. My pants are wet.
Are you in the cauldron still?
I'm in the cauldron, yeah, 100%.
You're getting a little warm. There is a fire under you, so you're getting a little
It's
warm.
nice, honestly.
It's starting to get uncomfortable.
I constantly am cooling it with prestidigitation.
Again, you have an ice ghost.
Yeah, I do.
So-
She just got me the candle. I'm not gonna keep making her do stuff.
Okay. Strix.
Navarro's. Oh,
Strix, what are you doing?
I don't know what he'd be doing at this point, honestly.
I will hop out. It's fair. But now I'll shut up.
There's so much, like, going on right now.
Make a perception check.
Okay.
$15. Renata, are you still standing next to the vines after the cacophony?
Yeah, I mean the screaming probably would have kind of like made her get closer to the wall, and maybe kind of like she's like probably on top of the vines, kind of like crouched down, clutching herself in her ears, kind of like in a upright fetal position in a sense, just kind of like from all that.
Okay. You would notice that it becomes very clear that the touching of these vines was the activation trigger for the mandrakes, but now that they have triggered and Renata is still, like, on these vines, they do not seem to be re-triggering. It seems like a one and done situation. So, you feel pretty safe to go up the ladder whenever you choose to. Naberos, what were you gonna do?
Navarro's, out of curiosity and pure science, kind of wants to. Are the clothes still in the cauldron?
Did Pashalik remove the rags?
The rags now.
Navarro's is gonna go to the cauldron, pick up the sopping wet rags. This is gonna be stupid, and I know it, but Navarro's in the pure pursuit of knowledge will walk over towards the mandrakes. The mandrakes are right here, right?
No, they're on this table right here.
Okay, we'll walk over to the mandrakes and wring out the clothes on top of them.
Make
Just
make a perception check.
A perception check?
Yeah.
Can we stop fucking with the mandrakes?
Funny.
What?
Yeah, that's a 19.
19? You, with absolutely no direction in this task, you get one of these scraps of cloth and you wring it out over the mandrakes. Two of them seem rather unaffected. But the third one that caught most of the liquid seems to double in size.
Oh!
And you notice that as it doubles in size, now it has kind of risen out of the pot a little bit, and you can see two tiny eye slits, like where the eyes are closed, and two little roots that look almost like arms.
Hey guys. I don't know if I messed up or not, but there's I think the plants that were screaming have eyes and arms now. Should I try to pick it up?
They're not like that before.
I don't think so.
Nobody looked at them. Nobody
Yeah.
got close enough.
That's why Strix is asking.
I'm right by a ladder. It might be safer to like get away from them.
What if we keep it as a pet?
Carolyn just kind of glares at Strix.
I was half.
If you take it and it starts screaming, immediately just, I don't know, put it in Jeffrey or something. I don't know.
Do you think we could like chuck it in the fish pond? Do you think it's fish food?
Well, it... Don't do anything with it.
I mean, I'm thinking about it, but I don't think I will.
Make a nature check.
It doubled in size.
Make a nature check.
That's an 18.
You have very little experience with mandrakes, but your father had lots of swampland floriculture books. And you've read a little bit about mandrakes, and you know that specifically in Fjord, many people will use them as security systems. If somebody gets too close to something, they will start screaming to ward off intruders. You would also know that pulling mandrakes from their pot triggers the screaming again. And one screaming mandrake triggers all other mandrakes.
Yeah, so hey guys, we just essentially set off the alarm. That was the
probably.
security system. So yeah, I think we should be okay now, but if we pull any of them, it's not a good idea.
Burning them?
Probably not.
Make an intelligence check.
One of us.
Just Go up the ladder,
Tiberos.
like
There's a perfectly fine ladder.
that's a 14. I'm rolling pretty good.
You remember from the book that any damage a mandrake sustains will trigger the scream. Basically, if you do anything to the mandrake, it will probably start screaming. Your memory isn't perfect, you were pretty young, but you feel very confident that you should just leave them alone. Because they are in stasis again.
Yeah, I think we should be fine. We're not gonna touch them. Don't set them on fire. Don't chuck them into the pond. Don't even touch the pot. We just gotta go now.
right. Good for
I
it. You
just
seem
see
confident.
Nabaros over by them. Are you gonna take those?
No.
What do you say? What telepathically to Deidre? What do you say?
Fallon kind of
No?
flinches at
Okay,
the
got it.
yelling. Her
Yeah,
ears,
his ears are
Touch
like.
it.
yeah, her ears are still
No.
ringing.
He said touch it? He said he's gonna touch it?
We're not
That's
unsure of
not
what's gonna happen.
That's what he said?
Quickly
He said he's gonna touch it?
scampered up the ladder to avoid being in the room in case they fucked with the mandrakes again.
You climb up the ladder and you bonk your head on a trapdoor.
On the bright side, I'm not looking at
I
it.
attempt to push open the trapdoor.
You push, and it doesn't move.
Hey guys! I discovered another problem!
Please stop
What?
yelling.
What?
There's a trapdoor that won't open up here.
Oh.
Give it a push.
I tried! It didn't work!
Then are we gonna have to solve like a puzzle? I don't want to have to solve another puzzle.
Renata, make a perception check.
Told you.
Do y'all see any keys down there?
Make a perception check.
I'm working on it.
11. It's enough. You look at this trapdoor and you're like, gosh, it has to be locked. Maybe there's a keyhole. Oh, shit. There's a small ring on the side, and you quickly realize it is a pull, not a push.
What the fuck? Well, this one, you're just trying to cause us pain.
Shh. You said push. It's
Yeah,
not
A
a
you
push.
just-
full
push.
trapdoor?
It is a.
Oh my
trap-
god.
It's like an attic door that you pull down.
Alright, we're gonna overanalyze every fucking door we ever encounter from here on out. Guys, I found the problem. I found the solution to our problem.
Rabbit,
I
stop
need
with
to
the plants.
pull. As I reach to pull on the trapdoor.
It takes some heft.
That's such a
and you-
terrible design. If you're like climbing up a ladder and you have to pull it open.
Yeah, you
Gonna
imagine
whack you in the
it's
head.
for security, but you kind of pull, and it's awkward. You're like on a ladder, and you're trying to hang on, but you're also trying to pull down, and eventually it pops open. I need you to make a dexterity check to see if it whacks you in the head.
I've already been whacked by it once. I have a very high dexterity.
You easily duck down as it falls open, and you now have clearance to the next passage. Fallon, what's the deal with the fish? Are you still?
Fallon wants to. Fallon just wants why they're here, why their souls are above their heads.
Fish torture. I don't know, dude. Come on.
She
So,
has an experiment in mind, but she doesn't say anything about it to the party, because she feels it's a bit inhumane.
Oh my.
okay.
But she's curious how the soul would interact if it touched Deidre.
Oh, that's interesting.
DM Zim having to quickly make a freaking thing to do.
A decision.
No, there's a mechanic.
As a
Uh-oh.
mechanic,
Zim is very thorough.
I really don't want to hurt Deidre, so I'm not going to do it.
Probably would. It sucks Deidre's soul into
Well,
it.
I don't want to turn
Deidre's
her
now
into
half
a
fish.
fish or something.
Turn Deidre half
You
fish, I'm
don't-
gonna laugh.
Mermaid Ice Ghost is really funny to me.
It is
She's a
very.
4-year-old.
Ice
She'd
Ghost.
fucking love it, probably.
Oh, she'd be like, I get to play
4-year-olds love
mermaids all the
mermaids.
time.
Does Fallon have any idea like how souls would interact like that, like or like previous like religious knowledge or anything, or
I'm sorry, what was the question?
would Fallon like have any idea how like different souls would interact touching each other? Or is
That's
that
not
about?
really.
But,
That's not really your purview.
Yeah.
but- You can make a religion check. It'll be a very high DC.
Isn't it
fair.
also at disadvantage because of exhaustion?
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alan, too EP to know. Dean, at
Oh,
disadvantage is
shit.
good.
Wow.
What the heck?
You feel like there's something. You feel like you may have learned something, but like the ear bleeding is like really getting. You have the most racking migraine. It's on the tip of your tongue,
I
and you're
think-
just.
Alan's gonna leave it for now unless she finds something else that she feels might.
You're right back.
Okay.
Okay.
Unless she finds something else that might go.
All right. So, are you all going to make your way to the ladder to climb up?
Yes.
Yeah.
Deidre-
See people, I do.
Deidre will telepathically say to Pashalik, "Take the wax out of your ears."
No! Something could yell again.
Nothing screaming. They said they were dormant.
That's what but it's all cool, you and me, a tag team.
Okay. And she flies up the ladder. She doesn't need to climb. She's a ghost.
Oh wait, shit. This is gonna. Quick question. How is Paul getting up?
Oh my god. Yeah, I don't think he can.
Paul,
It's
Paul, stay here.
you see Paul look at you, kind of open its maw a little, and the tongue, this like forked tongue, flops out the side of its mouth, and then it dives into the pond. And it
No,
just
the fish souls.
it just chills. It doesn't seem to make any move to eat the fish. It just chills with them.
God, I love my pets.
Make a perception check.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay. I make a perception check. Where the? I had to scroll. Oh, that one was bad.
Okay. Continue.
Okay. Anyways, Navarro says, "I love my pets," and then climbs up the ladder.
I said so.
Is
Need to move
Austin
the token or
Aster, is Aster back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh,
I'm
right.
ready.
Is everyone making their way to the second
Huh?
floor?
Yes.
Make it away.
I think we're all good, right?
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm very
Alright.
happy Alan's did fired religion because that just feels fitting.
Yeah.
Yeah. As you crest over the trellis ladder, you are met with the overwhelming smell of mildewed wood. Scanning across the room, you see a cacophony of things. In the center of the room is a large woodworking bench. Directly east and west of the trellis ladder sits random scraps of wood, logs, boxes, and what appear to be scrapped, unfinished, or abandoned woodworking projects. Stacked against the entire back wall are cribs, bassinets, high chairs, planter boxes, and crates. All of the contents of this room, including the floor and walls, are entirely covered in a thick layer of dust and mildew. Scattered throughout the room are piles of fine white dust. And I will move you to floor 2.
This. Let me. So we're all here.
Yes. You've
Cool.
just exited the ladder. Renata, that's not where the ladder is.
Fucking
Oh.
gross in here.
I'll be a little further out because I climbed up way before they were
Yeah.
they were fucking about.
That's fine.
I need to put me down.
Can
No, put him down.
let's see. Canameros immediately in getting up there, go towards the boxes.
Which boxes?
We'll go with these here.
That's not creepy.
Navarez is gonna immediately go to the smallest box, and just without hesitation, go to open it.
You do. The lid is. It's a type of crate where you nail the lid on. The lids on all the boxes are not nailed, and you open one and it's empty, and the inside is just covered in this fine dust.
Oh. Can I make a perception check to see if the lid is also dusty?
Yeah.
Okay. Because Navarro's just immediately moved the lid, so I don't think that they were looking at it.
11.
That's an 11.
It's pretty easy to see. Everything in this room looks very undisturbed. Aside from your fingerprints where you grabbed the lid, there is a fine layer of dust over everything.
Huh. Well, okay. I was just wondering if somebody might have, moved the lid and then put it back at some point. That's interesting. Okay.
What's all on this table?
Renata, what are you doing?
What's all on this this center table in here?
There is a rusty hacksaw for cutting wood. There's a ruler. There is a bit of very mildewed, dusty paper that looks like some sort of schematic or blueprint for a piece of furniture. There's sawdust. There are wood scraps sort of just laying around the table. This just looks like a wood shop and storage area. God.
Oh, dead.
You see that the logs in the corners are covered in lichen and algae. The entire room looks undisturbed.
I don't like this.
Fallon, what are you doing?
He was also just kind of taking a glance at but he kind of turns her head and notices.
What are you looking at? Ping.
Ryan, why aren't you ping?
Click and hold.
Oh,
Are you trying to focus here?
yeah, yes.
That appears to be a different model of crate. It has, instead of a top opening lid, it appears to open the hinge. Okay. Do you see these little black bits on the sides? That is the hinge. So the side opens up.
You open it?
Yeah. It is covered in dust, and the box is empty.
Okay. Not a lot in here. Like you knew. It's like you knew you'd get super distracted on the first floor.
Yeah.
I guess you said there are 4 floors, right?
Yes. You were on the second.
Okay. Would these crates be in front of the next the trellis to the next
It
floor is
continues up on the same side. Yes.
Okay. Huh. Then I guess Nabarros is gonna go over to this almost trap-looking thing here and inspect that.
It appears to be a crab trap, a handmade crab trap for crabs or lobsters or whatever.
I love crab trap.
You kind of shift it, and where you shift it, you see that the floor underneath is clear, but everything else is covered in this thick layer of dust. And as you shift it, you kind of see a bit of white, and you go and you look, and it's a tag. It's a bit of thick parchment that is mildewed and almost a little moldy on the edges, tied to the back of the crab trap with a piece of twine, and it has a price label, which is it says 32 copper.
That's not bad for a crab trap.
This is a steal.
Oh, inflation probably exists too. We don't know how old this is.
With the plague, I'm sure.
I mean,
Them all
this is-
checking out the boxes and checking out the woodworking table.
Mhm.
As soon as we get up here, everyone walks away from the ladder and everything. Pash is just gonna sit down. And I'm gonna start casting. I'll start casting a ritual at the beginning of that.
Okay.
It takes like 10 minutes, so whenever that would happen, just wanted to throw it out there.
Okay. What spell are you casting?
Detect magic.
Detect magic. Okay. We'll say it's been about 5 minutes. Who hasn't? Strix?
I haven't sent it yet.
What are you doing?
I don't know what's going on over here, but it looks interesting.
You.
It looks kind of like a
climb-
fallen tree branch type thing. I'm not sure.
Yeah. You
Oh,
go
I'll
over
come
there and you inspect it, and this looks like more wood storage. So this looks like raw wood that was ready to be processed before this space was abandoned. You reach down to this like full branch right here, and you tap it, and it almost feels like stone. This is petrified wood. So you imagine it's been here a long ass time.
I was gonna ask if it looks like rotted or aged at all, but you kind of answered that, so.
Yeah. All the other wood appears to be in stages of decay. Everything seems pretty well preserved, strangely, but this bit of wood seems to be petrified, and it's almost turned to stone at this point. You're unsure if it was brought here as petrified or if it petrified over time, but
How much of that is there? Is it just that one branch?
there is just one like full tree branch
Okay.
laying on the floor.
Interesting. Is there any sort of projects around here that look like they were unfinished?
Several.
Several? Okay.
There are several like bits of wood and scrap that are just laying out. A couple of the cribs and bassinets, the wood has not been stained yet. Some of the upholstery isn't done yet. Several of the planter boxes look very rough, like they haven't been sanded or polished or stained yet. Several of them are unfinished. Several of them are finished.
Okay.
And you kind of poke around, and the ones that appear to be finished have price tags.
Gotcha. I was
Many of them
wondering
are
if there were
illegible.
any, like, projects that look like somebody left in a hurry, but it sounds like they were, pretty well managed with going through the works in progress.
Yeah.
I wonder if the crib business didn't do so well. That's why it's been left alone in here. There's a lot of cribs in here.
Probably where a crib made. They had a lot of children, like Pash.
Renata,
Yes.
are you doing anything?
I noticed that there isn't really too much to glean from what's going on in here. Everything seems to kind of pretty basic, untouched wood. Lots of cribs, which is weird, but there's probably like a reason why there's all these cribs, So I'm just kind of chilling by the next ladder, seeing like wait till let everyone do their thing, and then we can go see if the next floor is anything more interesting to look at.
Anyone else have anything specific they wish to do or glean?
Alan wants to
That's-
get the boxes. He just wants to see if there's anyone that has like.
You toss this area, and these all look like unfinished crates and crab traps and things. There are several bags of these small glass jars, and you kind of are like, "Ooh, this is interesting," and you open one and you're like, "Ooh, that is furniture polish. Put that back." You're not really seeing anything interesting. This, from all you've gathered, this appears to just be a wood shop where people were making things and then selling them.
Oh, Valen has nothing else to do here then.
Okay.
I have one thing I'm
yes.
curious about. So I see that there's a table of like tool stuff kind of in. Would there be any like papers or like charcoal utensil type things?
The what?
Rix is still on this, yes.
There is like this furniture schematic. It appears that the whoever was working in this shop had started a new project. You don't see this particular schematic. It looks like a oh gosh, it looks like a very fancy like curio cabinet. You do not see it anywhere in the shop. You imagine that whenever this space was abandoned, they were starting a new project and didn't get to finish it. You look around, and you do see a couple like charcoal sticks, but as soon as you pick them up, they just fall apart in your hands because they're so old. Other than that, you're not really seeing too much. There are no like drawers in the. It's just a workbench. There are no drawers or shelves or anything.
Okay, that's all Strix wanted to do.
Okay.
He's ready to move.
Wait, did Strix look at the schematic?
A little bit. Zim said that it was like something that wasn't really built in here or anything.
Oh.
It looks like just like a curio cabinet or like a what are those called? Like a hutch, like a dining room hutch or something.
I was gonna say, did it look like the hutch that was downstairs?
No, this one appears to be much bigger, and all the wood furniture you saw downstairs looked like it was handmade. But this schematic you have not seen anywhere so far.
Yeah, okay. Huh.
Pashalik. That is when your detect magic would go off. Remind me of the range.
30 feet. And
Is
lasts
it
for
up
10
and
minutes.
down, or
Yeah.
is it just?
It's a bubble.
Okay.
It's blocked by 3 feet of wood. Blocked by 3 feet of wood, 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, and a thin sheet of lead.
3 feet of wood is a lot of wood.
It's a lot of wood. I'm gonna do a walk.
So-
I'm gonna wander around the.
You immediately detect a lot of magic coming from downstairs, specifically centered in the middle where the fish pond is. You also get a ping up in this upper corner where you remember that desk with the flower. It's very, very faint.
Okay.
What would be like preservation magic?
Abjuration is usually protective magic, so I would guess similar to that.
It's something like that. You're not getting the particular enchantment, but it seems to be protective or preservative in nature. You're not getting a school of magic from the fish pond. You're getting every once in a while, you're like walking in a circle around this workbench. Every once in a while, you'll get a ping of necromantic magic, and then it moves.
In this room, or do I feel it? Because I can feel where it is.
It's downstairs. You're not getting anything in this room.
Okay.
At all.
So, yeah, I'm just letting all the bottom floor kind of wash over.
Yeah. You get a couple pings where the mandrakes were. You get a couple pings from some of the funguses and plants. You're not really getting a school. They just kind of are magical.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's about it.
Okay. Nothing above me?
Above you?
We have 2 more floors, right? Is there?
Yes.
How high are these?
They're about 12 feet. so that would be about 22 feet. You do detect faint bits of magic from the floor above you. You're getting nothing from the top floor. Like
Yeah.
you're not even registering it. It's like it's blocked from you.
Do I get rough areas for the floor above us? Without moving up, I want to be able to point it out to people.
Yes, you do. You get a faint aura of magic right here above
Okay.
you. It is strange. You've detected it on a couple of things, but it's not really the school that catches you. It's more of the type of magic, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
You've detected this almost like a signature across the teapot and the letterbox before.
Okay.
You're not really getting a school. You're getting you're getting like tiny like blips of evocation. You're getting tiny blips of conjuration. You're just getting these tiny faint blips, but you're not getting anything specific. But you know that there's magic above you in that spot. And then you're not getting much else.
Okay. Well, if that's the only one that kind of creeps up to me and it's something I recognize, I'll keep to myself.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, I kept pinging. I was like, who wrote this? And I just kept kind of just messing around with it because this is all gang.
I like
On the
this,
void.
this ruler thing. This is new.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
There's squares and circles and cones.
It's great.
It's kind of
Is
nice.
that in the ruler, or where's that at?
Make it link.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
use
ruler. It just
in
is
the-
a drop down right by the right
Yeah.
by where it says line.
teams too.
It'll say snap to center,
Oh,
snap to
wow.
corner, and then you'll get like
That's sick.
Yeah, it's pretty
shapes and stuff. It's pretty
cool. Shapes
great.
and colors.
Very handy. Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Anyways, are we going upstairs? I want to go upstairs.
Are we done? Thumbs
Yeah,
up, thumbs down, thumbs up,
can-
thumbs down.
I'm ready.
Can Naveros take the crab trap?
Where are you gonna put it?
Yeah.
Can Naveros put it in Jeffrey?
I that's-
forgot about Jeffrey.
I did too.
there's still
I
opening
mentioned
to the-
Jeffrey earlier.
Yeah.
Like putting the mandrake in Jeffrey.
The crab trap is a little bigger than the opening of the bag.
Yeah, but that's never stopped us with the heart rubies.
Okay. I'll allow it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
This crab trap
Um,
is going to be what we
Naveros-
use to defeat the
Naveros
big
will
bad.
pay whoever if they meet them the fair price. You said it
Alright.
was 32 copper.
Yes.
Is
Cool.
Deepa's.
Cool. So Naveros takes the crab trap and is like, I will pay whoever.
You see
Need
the
that later.
creepy fucking arms reach out and like sloop it into the bag.
Baby.
All right, are you ready to
Thanks,
move to the second
Jeffrey.
floor?
Are you gonna try to go up first, Fallon, or is that why you're closer to the letter? Or were?
Yeah,
Just
Fallon.
shoving their way in.
Fallon just kind of. She was just kind of holding on to it at this.
Fallon, make sure you look to see before you if it's a push or pull trapdoor.
Fallon
Just gonna
does.
pre-warn you.
Fallon does look up. Does she see a trap?
Yes, you see a trapdoor, and it appears to be similar to the one below. It is pull.
Okay, she tries and pulls it.
Again, it's awkward. You're like leaning back, hoping it won't hit you in the face when it falls, and it's like it's kind of stuck a little bit. It's kind of rickety. It's very, very old, but eventually you do manage to pop it open. And seeing how Renata avoided getting hit in the face, you manage not to, for the sake of brevity. And you move up the second floor.
Would
Yes.
you say that these the hinges are more like rusted instead of like it's just like stuck?
They're not rusted. It just
Okay.
seems like the trapdoor. There's not a lot of give, right? So
Okay.
normally with
Something's
trapdoors,
got it.
there's
Something's
like a
gotta
little
give.
a gap, but these seem to be set into place by sheer will of friction. There's
Okay.
no like, because whenever you're opening it, it is falling. There's no like spring hinge or anything like that. If it is closed, you kind of have to like shove it in order to get it to like friction fit into the square. That's what I mean when I say it's kind of hard to open. Does that answer your question?
Yes. The only reason why I asked is because I have the oil of slipperiness, and I was like, I feel like I could have used this if the hinges were bad.
No, the hinges do not seem to be rusted.
Okay.
All right.
I just wanted to make sure I didn't have to use anything in my inventory, because I for sure will.
Fair. You move on?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. As you enter the third floor of the tower, the air in this floor instantly changes. As you step onto the landing next to you, directly to the east, is a large machine of some sort. A jerry-rigged artificer's engine built for a purpose in time long past. Judging by the disrepair and thick suffocation layer of dust that coats this room, it hangs in the air, choking the air out of you. In front of you sits a large stone slab. It's sloped at one end with a bucket sitting under the slope. The bucket is filled with some tar-like substance. Aside from the dust, the slab itself is pristine. A large, dulled and rusted machete sits at the other end of the slab. Beneath the dust, you see a large ring of stained wood on the floor. Stuck neatly on the walls, stuck neatly on the back walls, you see several storage crates. And I will move you to floor 3.
Can Naviros make a beeline for the machete?
Put yourselves where you are. Do not beeline to anything, please.
Damn it.
Where you would emerge.
Probably there.
Okay.
Oh.
What's your name? Pashalik. You immediately... Is your detect magic still up?
Yeah, 10 minutes.
You immediately get the ping from the machine on the side, next to you.
Okay.
And
Is it the machine or something on the machine?
It appears to be the entire machine.
Okay.
And you're still not getting anything from above you. All right. Move where you wish.
I guess I will follow Renata over there.
Okay. Renata, what are you doing?
Renata.
Renata. Renata.
Hinata.
You're muted just in case, you know.
You're muted.
You know, that's fun. That's fine.
I thought I'd help out.
Us saying Renata over and
Oh.
over again didn't ping it for.
Well,
I'm too busy looking at the machine, you know. I'm kind of just looking at it, and that's why I'm distracted. I'm just kind of taking a gander. It's one of the more like striking things in the room. There's not really much I could probably figure out from this, but I just want to look at it.
Just looking at the machine, it appears to be a wooden desk with a shelf on the back. There is a small stone tablet sitting on the wooden desk, propped up on several tubes and wiring that sort of flow through the machine. In the front of the machine, you see this big copper tank with a crystalline tube that runs into a big stone bit on the table, and then another copper tube that runs to another mechanism of the machine. It does not appear to be active, and you're not sure what it does. If you'd like to make a check, we can negotiate.
Is the stone tablet like connected to it? You said resting. Is there any? Can I discern if there's any like look if there's anything like connecting to it?
get behind it and you kind of look, and it appears to just be propped up on these tubes and wires. It does not appear to be connected to anything.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything on the stone tablet?
No. It is marble bordered with a sort of obsidian square in the middle.
Okay.
It's magic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you notice anything else about it, Pashalik? Is there anything you can glean from any of all this?
I'm gonna do a look at it.
Alright, you tell me if you see anything interesting.
Yeah, looks like some kind of magic. Give me a minute.
Alright.
Roll investigation.
I'm
If
gonna
you're-
cast identify.
Okay.
I'm gonna take time.
Okay. Renata, did you move back one square?
Oh yeah, just give Pashalik some room.
Okay. Which one is that? Okay. What? Okay. As you step backwards to give Pashalik some space, your foot depresses into the wood.
What?
Sad.
You hear a click and then a whirring, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Would everyone else hear the whirring as well?
Nope.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Okay.
I'm deafened. I am deafened to myself.
What was that? 16?
17.
17? You immediately backpedal, using your feline agility to quickly step off, but not before about 24 2-inch long rusted spikes punch out of the wooden pressure pad. You will take... you'll take 1 point of damage from that.
Oh, what the fuck is going on?
Nobody checked for traps.
Yeah, just step back. I'm
Hey,
taking a look
Renata,
at
are
this.
you okay?
Big, watch your fucking step! No, I'm not okay. Well, I guess I'm okay, but Jesus fucking Christ, that fucking hurt!
Did you step on a nail?
More like a giant fucking nail trying to impale me.
Oh.
Look at this shit!
Does the trap reset?
No, the spikes still stay there.
Okay.
Look at this fucking spike! Be careful where you step.
Aye, Captain.
This is the square with the nails. Okay. Strix, what are you doing?
Let me make sure I don't have any sort of trap tech type shit. I don't think I do. Got anything like that? I don't know. I was curious about what's these like. They look like barrels of stuff. Whatever I'm looking at here.
Yes. You lock onto these buckets. They're metal pails, and kind of lean over, and it's filled with this black, tarry substance. You're not quite sure what it is. Would you like to make a perception check?
Sure, I'll make it one. Oh. Up
You
there.
give it a sniff. You kind of lean down and you kind of sniff it. It doesn't seem to be blood, but outside of that, you can't really glean anything else.
I want to try sticking my other dagger. I have
Okay.
to.
Alright. As you stick your dagger, you hear kind of a hissing sound, and as you pull your dagger out, the tip of it has been eaten away
Huh. I don't think we should touch the tar thing.
It appears to be some sort of congealed acid.
Huh. That's a good thing
Ow.
to know, Strix.
Dagger. One dagger. And just add tipless dagger at the bottom. Here we go.
Sorry.
I'm keeping it.
Sorry.
Oh, well, I was fucking oh my god. I was fucking around and finding out, so.
Yeah, that's fair.
Better than sticking my hand in it.
Yeah.
How do you spell tipless?
Tipless.
I put, but it's redlined, so I don't think that's technically a word.
I don't think it is either.
It's fine. This is why I have two daggers.
Fallon.
I want to open the crates.
Which one?
Well, to be honest, I want to.
Which area? There
Oh,
are
which
three
area?
distinct areas.
Uh,
There's like this,
yeah.
this, and like this. So which area?
This one, the one where Fallon's standing.
Okay. You go to open the crate, and it appears to be locked. Also, one thing I didn't describe, and that's my bad. These appear to be the same make as the one downstairs. The one downstairs had a solid wood front. These have a grate front. So it's metal bars in like a square pattern. You can see into it.
Oh, do I see any of them?
You kind of look in the crate, and it's hard to see really because the grating is quite small. But it appears like there's like hay in the bottom of it, and you see a small white. You're not sure if it's a bone, but you think it might be.
Fuck. Huh. Can I go check the other crates like in this area?
Yeah. Do you try and open them?
I want to try and look at them first.
You're kind of getting the same thing. There appears to be hay in some of them. In others, there appears to be like cotton, like what you would stuff in a pillow. It looks clearer and clearer like this might be animal bedding, though you're unsure. The boxes are of varying sizes. Some of them are quite large, even bigger than you. Some of them are relatively small. The box you looked in that had the bone in it was roughly 3 foot by 3 foot.
Okay. How about the last area? I wanna clear sweep.
Are you attempting to open any of the boxes?
No, not yet. Fallon's just kind of doing like a glance into them, trying to see if she can get anything alive, I guess, at this point.
You're not seeing anything alive. You're also not seeing any signs of animals that would have been living in these crates. They look like animal pens. You saw a bone in one crate, but you've kind of been checking all of them. And while you're seeing various types of like animal bedding, you're not seeing any like waste. You're not seeing any food or food dishes. You're not seeing any like dropped feathers or anything like that.
I wanna go back to the one with the bone. Try to open that.
How?
I guess to take her dagger and try and like pick open the lock, maybe.
Okay.
Or like the hinge.
Are you proficient in thieves' tools?
Not.
Make a dexterity check then. You're kind of trying to jimmy the lock, and it's not. You're not getting anywhere. Your dagger is too big for the keyhole.
She kind of gets frustrated, and then, I try and just get open with strength.
Yeah, make a strength check. Are you doing this with your fists or your spear? What are you doing this with?
Probably her fist.
Okay, make a strength check. 13. these are relatively old boxes, and you're you, and you, like,
For you is such a good descriptor.
you kind of wedge your dagger into, like, the slip between the box and the door hinge, and then with all of your strength, you just punch the hilt of your dagger, and it seems to crack the wood enough for you to sort of pry the wood apart. What are you doing?
Want to examine.
You pick it up. Go ahead.
I guess. Would I need to like roll anything for that? Would I need to like roll?
It's a small bone. It looks picked clean. It also has teeth marks in it. So you kind of imagine that this bone did not come from an animal living inside the cage, that this bone was food for something inside the cage. If you want to make a check to determine what kind of bone it is, I will allow that.
Yeah, I'll try that. What would that be
make-
under?
Nature. Or survival, your choice. 14?
No.
Oh, 4. It's small. I mean, it's about the size of a human finger.
Oh, that's tiny. Okay, I
Yeah.
that, you know what, that tells me more.
Yeah. Like a pointer finger.
Okay, well, I guess Fallon would probably hold on to it for some reason.
Add small bone to your
Like,
inventory.
I don't know. She might find a use for it. I don't know.
Renata's over here fucking playing Minesweeper practically.
I don't know. Worst case scenario, Fallon will just gnaw on it.
Everyone's peacefully gallivanting about the room. Renata's fucking terrified to move.
Where is Renata?
She's right. I mean, I guess she got off the spike, but she's kind of like.
It's just
we'll say
standing
like
on the
right off the
spike.
spike.
Where is the
um,
token? Okay.
The essentially like wall of animal pins with the giant table with a machete on it is not a great look. Just want to say.
Also, artificer type contraption.
Some debauchery.
Something strange and maybe mechanical. But I wouldn't know that. So like, I have like leather armor in my inventory.
Yes.
I don't know how heavy that typically would be, but I'm kind of like carefully kind of like I'll put it like in a spot in front of me to test to see if like anything pressurizes down or if it can. And if it doesn't, I take out the little dagger I have and slightly etch the floor a little bit.
Okay. Where are you performing this ritual?
I'm trying to get from here to fucking the ladder because I don't want to be anywhere near this fucking room.
Okay.
So I'm gonna like go like let's say like here for now. Let's go check this square first.
All right, move square. Are you checking for traps?
I'm using my leather armor to try to check.
Okay. So, what is the check for traps roll?
Good question.
I have no idea.
Anyone know?
Wait, let me look.
Investigation.
Yeah, investigation sounds.
Yeah, I think maybe
yeah.
investigation.
Yeah. Investigation.
Whoa!
22.
Nat 20.
I will
Oh, yeah.
say, with a nat 20, you determine that this square is a trap.
Okay, so anything around to the ladder is safe
Yes.
as long as I avoid this thing.
Like, the row above Naberos, you have checked. It is safe.
Okay, so this.
Like
there.
this. Hold on. Like this row and up, you've determined is safe. Other than this one trap.
Okay. Don't mind me. Don't pay no mind to what's going on down here.
All right. Naberos.
Hi.
What are you doing?
Oh, so this is just a slab in the middle of the room, right?
Yes, it is a stone slab. The machete, it is sloped to one end. The end that Strix and the bucket are at is the lowest, and the machete is the highest.
Huh. Can Naberos inspect the like the machete?
Yes.
Okay. Is that an investigation check?
Sure.
Cool. 11?
That's enough. It
Okay.
appears to just be a rusted machete. The edges are chipped. The wrapping is kind of dry. Excuse me. Is kind of dry and like crumbling in your hands, but it just seems like a machete.
Naberos takes the machete.
Do you give it to Jeffrey?
No, it'll go in my own, like, separate.
Okay. Sorry. You do.
Okay.
Add rusted machete. Add rusted machete to your inventory.
Okay.
For the purposes of combat, it would count as an improvised weapon.
Whoa. Okay. So rusted machete. Got it. Let's see. Other than that, if there's nothing else for Naberos to investigate, they're gonna slowly, now that Renata is like,
I marked
freaking skewered.
all the safe tiles. If the tile is not marked where I'm at, now I didn't get to check the whole room, but where I have checked, I marked every tile that is safe. The tiles that are not safe don't have any marking in them.
Okay. Huh. So all of the marks are safe. You said that, right?
The marks are safe except, yeah, just don't step over to this one right next to me. This one right here, as I indicate. Don't step here.
Okay. Naveros is gonna walk a little over and like try to make it to the ladder.
You do so. Who hasn't? Strix, is there anything else you'd like to inspect?
Nah.
Fallon?
I think Fallon's pretty much good.
Okay. At that point, your identify would pop. That's what you casted, right?
Yeah.
Your identify would pop, and you would
Well,
register.
The whole time that I've been using this ritual, I've just been having a one-sided conversation to Renata, who's not there anymore.
Oh, sweet boy.
Oh.
Sorry, I got a little distracted upon almost getting completely impaled.
You cast identify on this. Are you casting it on the whole table, or just the slab, or?
What? So when I look at it with detect magic, the whole thing
Yes.
is coming together as one thing, right?
Yes.
Then I am attempting to cast it as the whole item.
All right. You would detect that this is an artificer's alchemist engine. Basically, it transmutes different substances into various things. Potions of healing, acids, poisons, toxins, etc., etc., etc. The machine is currently powered down and dormant, and you get the sense that it is missing a piece. Like it's missing a power core, so it can't function anymore. Ow. The stone slab, particularly, as you're kind of looking it over with this filter on your vision, you notice that the obsidian, the black bit, is recessed just a little bit. The marble is just a little taller than the obsidian, or not the obsidian, but like the black stone material. And you get the sense that something slots into that to power the machine.
Okay. So I'm gonna turn around. I'm gonna take a step over here. So as I was led, and then
Yep. Make a dexterity saving throw.
Isn't it already triggered?
It's not. It's just me stepping on fucking nails.
Yeah, and this is just to see if like he notices and pulls his foot away fast enough. Dex save 21.
Whoa.
You go, oh shit, and you step over it.
Shot!
Do a big long step.
Oh god. Gotta be careful. Watch your step around this place. Whatever you do, don't step over here.
Renata.
Fully talking over Renata. So yeah, so what this thing is looks like some kind of potions and acids and simple stuff. In this little spot, it looks like something to turn it on. Have we seen anything? Nothing's popped for me here yet.
Recalling, you have not seen anything that would fit.
I take it from all your blank stares that we have found nothing. All right. Well, let's get out of here.
You step on it? Okay. Let me check what this one is. All right. Dex saving throw.
Just click.
20.
That's good.
You step on this pressure pad, and you hear like
Don't.
something pop, and then a gas is released. Like there's like wind that rushes underneath your foot. But nothing seems to happen, and you very quickly realize that as long as your foot is on this pressure pad, the trap will not go off. And very quickly, you dive away, and as soon as your foot leaves, you manage to get far enough away, but you hear something strike as the pressure pad is released, and a small explosion occurs, basically.
That's rad.
You manage to dive out of the way to avoid all of the damage, but it does clip you a little bit.
Okay.
Guys, don't look at
So
explosions.
you will take 3 points of fire damage.
Got it, boy. Whoa, floor's not great up here. Just a heads up, everybody.
Thanks, Mashalik.
You goober. That trap has now been triggered.
You don't say.
The traps that have been triggered, I will mark with an X. Alright. So. Anything else?
No, I got everything I got.
Fallon has nothing that.
I've taken 2 things from this place. Y'all gotta step up your game.
Here, common thief.
Who says I haven't
Well, I
taken
was gonna-
anything, huh?
That's fair, but I'm also gonna pay for this crab trap. They didn't have a price on this, so I
Because
think
it's
this
not
is just
for
kind of like
sale.
a shop. Well,
I don't think anything has been for sale in quite some time.
I mean, listen, the crab trap said 32 copper. I'm gonna pay 32 copper for it for with whoever I
whom?
meet.
You seem like to
I
know
whoever is
what's
here.
the price of a
Nobody's
crab
here.
trap at the average market today.
about a silver.
Yeah, like,
That's a
about
pretty
silver.
big difference.
No, what's
Which
the conversion? Is 10.
is it 10 for every one?
Yeah. So it's about 4 silver.
Yeah, it's
No.
like 4 silver. It's like 4 silver. It's
It's a little more expensive.
I mean, it's not too expensive, but this is definitely a steal from what
Yeah, emphasis on steel.
I'm gonna pay for it for when whoever is here is here.
Nobody see how molded this place is. Nobody's here. Go up the ladder.
We still have 1 floor
We're just
left.
gonna stand around.
Yes,
Yeah.
can we please go up the ladder?
Start moving.
Yeah, okay.
Covers up.
Nobody else goes first.
You go up the ladder, all of you.
Receiving it hurts my face.
For the sake of it, you have realized that all the trapdoors are pull. You have realized how to avoid getting smacked in the face. You go to the the 4th floor.
The first floor. Uh-oh.
First,
We're going
Oh,
back down.
sorry.
we cycle again.
It's a
I think we
Sorry.
fell
It's a
down the
low.
ladder.
Ah.
While
It's a
while I'm
loop.
waiting, I'll go last,
Sorry.
and I'll
One
use
more.
my awakened spellbook to
Oh, okay.
cast my ritual as a minute and cast another detect magic.
Okay. As you are climbing the ladder, you get nothing from above you. As soon as the trapdoor opens, you are smacked in the face with magic.
Oh, lots of shit.
Oh,
Several
good or bad?
different, there is protective magic. There seems to be like a blocker on detecting the magic in that room, as long as the trapdoor is closed. Lots of things. I don't
We popped
have
the seal.
schools.
There's so much up there. Be careful who is up. Okay, well you guys are gone. Well, okay.
All right.
Thanks, Pachalik.
You head up the ladder. You notice this floor is completely pristine, not a speck of dust anywhere to be seen here. The room itself is messy, but has a level of care not previously shown to the lower levels. In the center of the room is a large circle with a 4-pointed star. In the center appears to be some strange runic tablet glowing with a seafoam green light. On the east wall is a small galley-style kitchen, a few planter pots, and another large cauldron. You imagine it's for cooking. There's also a quaint little dining table and chairs that look to be hand-carved. To the west is a large 4-poster bed with a gorgeous light blue comforter with a landscape carefully woven into the fibers. And at the end of the bed is a very old dresser. One of the legs seems to have been snapped and it angles down at one end. On the north wall, directly next to you, is a few dry food stores, a chess table, and what looks to be a wash basin. Directly south of you is a large desk on the back wall. The desk has all kinds of baubles, trinkets, potions, journals, and half-empty coffee mugs. Next to the desk is a large globe that looks like... Ugh. Next to the desk is a large...
You wrote it, man. What do you mean, ugh?
Next to the desk is a large globe that looks as if it may pop open at the equilateral line. Sitting before the desk is a large, plush, high-backed chair. You can clearly see a figure sitting in the chair. One grayish-pale arm is slung over and propped up on the side of the desk. The figure's head rests on their shoulder with a mass of gray hair loosely tied into a messy braid. And a leg is propped up onto the desk before it. Before you can even speak, you hear the woman call out, "All right, down, boy." As you pivot, you see a large beast propped up on its hind legs directly behind you that you hadn't noticed before. A large lizard or reptilian beast stands before you, with strange bluish-green iridescent scales, far too many legs for a lizard, and strange piercing orange eyes with horizontal pupils before it heeds the command of the woman, drops back down onto all of its legs, and happily scampers over to what looks like a makeshift pet bed. Next to the bed is a large orange buoy, alongside several bones. I will show.
Yes, please. Huh.
This is a nice little room.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't have tokens for them, but It's fine.
I'm gonna, as covertly as possible, take the wax out of my ear.
You do.
Shove just a wad into my pocket.
The figure in the chair does not move to turn and look at you. And you're all kind of staring in a little bit of shock as this strange bestial creature lays on this, what looks like a planter box with a sack of flour. And it's just happily gnawing on a bone. She clears her throat. Are you just gonna stand in my living room, or are you gonna speak?
Nugaros will. So I saw that you had a crab trap for sale.
That's what you're starting with? Why don't you speak then?
Listen, I want the crab trap. You said it was 32 copper, right?
We're intruders.
Then
I
you
mean, we
speak,
knocked and
Fallon.
we were invited, alright? First of all.
The woman gets up from the desk, and now you see she's an older woman, late 40s, maybe early 50s. Pale gray skin, almost white. These, 2 seconds. I have a picture. I don't remember where it is. I'm sorry. I'm not prepared.
You're good.
Never
You're
forgive you.
good.
Thought I was prepared.
I had months.
Okay. Yes. Very, very pale skin, a sort of mass of gray hair, white eyes, no pupils, no irises. She's dressed in what looks to be very plain traveling clothes. Dark green tunic with a very practical leather corset sits on her upper half with a long cloak. Traveler's pants with some tall work boots. She stands up. She makes no move to entertain your request for buy, and she walks over to the kitchen. She opens up a metal box that seems to emanate cold from it and pulls out a large slab of meat. You see the lizard beast immediately perk up and skitter across the floor to her. She makes a hand gesture, a fist, raising it over the creature, not in a menacing way, but just a gesture. And the creature immediately rears back onto its hind legs and opens its massive maw, lulling its tongue out to the side happily. She tosses the steak, essentially, into its mouth. It catches it, and it goes back to its bed. I assume, since you bypassed all my traps and security, that you're the ones I was talking to in the letterbox. And she kind of props up against the counter.
So you're LRS, right?
Locobo Silas. L is fine.
Bless you. So Strix, you got anything to say? Cause I got
Hey,
nothing.
look, so I know that we're also, like, not in the best spot, but I mean, we also had this whole conversation. We talked about coming. We knocked. We sat down there. We set off your alarm. Not one, you couldn't make yourself known. We found so much dead shit all the time that we just assumed it was another derelict place.
That's kind of the point, boy.
Don't you boy me.
Then
She turns her nose up at that. I haven't lived this long. Just opening my door for anyone who wants to rummage through my home.
That's a good thing we opened it ourselves.
we're not just anyone
Yeah, you
anyway.
kind of left it unlocked.
Well, you
Anyways,
made it
you-
through.
Yeah,
So-
we
How about we-
So, do you want the coin now, or are we gonna like?
Machair,
Sorry, I really want the crab trap. I'm
I
sorry.
thought you already stole the crab trap.
No, I was gonna pay for it.
anyways, from the champions and are the champions, whatever. Blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to be respectful here for once.
It's very weird. I wouldn't stick with it.
Anyways, you know Doris, right?
Yeah, I do.
I work here.
I gleaned as much from the letterbox.
Figured. Formalities and all that. Anyways, her trial is coming up. Guys, hoping to.
What kind of statement?
Well, we have these letters, and they're not great. They kind of paint her in a bad light from who we assume is you. So if we just have you saying it,
Oi,
Oh, exactly. Faith would.
I wanted to kill her.
I did too, but
But the fucking rabbit said no.
She was
Morally
looking
wrong.
over kids.
morally
I'm
wrong.
sorry.
Was corrupt.
I agree,
I'm not
but I
saying
don't
that she
say that we should
wasn't.
kill people. We're
do you
getting
want my
off track.
statement or not?
Yes, please.
To be honest, I wouldn't really mind if that bitch was dead.
Well, okay.
Anyways, but yes.
She walks over, back to the desk, sits down. She kind of spins the chair out. She waits for a second. Are y'all just gonna stand at the ladder, or are you going to come so we can talk?
Oh, we were waiting for
yeah.
an invite. That was the least we could do after coming in here.
Oh, please.
Well, now it makes us feel like we're vampires. Let's just go.
I mean,
Fallon with that quickly just walks to the chair and takes a seat.
She nods.
Yeah.
I am gonna keep standing. I'm not gonna go to a chair.
Nereus is immediately gonna go to wherever Strix is.
I was gonna just.
I'm gonna stand right here, hands behind my back, and just go,
Elle,
bullshit.
What's your problem today?
Elle kicks her feet up onto the desk, kind of rattling a mug. I worked for Doris for several years. And I think it's safe to say she ruined my entire life.
Well, she ruined kind of everybody in Fiors. So, I understand you there.
More than it already is, I guess.
Pashalik, is Deidre out or did you bamf her?
I never pulled her back.
Where is she currently?
If she's just floating around the party, she would just be floating around the party.
Her eyes kind of drift over all of you. She seemed unwilling to look at most of you. But now that you're engaged, she kind of lingers on Pashalik and the specter floating above his shoulder. She tilts her head to one side. And then, faster than you imagined, she is on Pashalik. She leaps out of the chair and runs up to him and grabs him by the shoulders. What is this? Some kind of trick?
Alan stands up. Alan's looking
Whoa, whoa,
alert.
whoa,
Oh.
Whoa!
Now I have
Everyone's
your
gonna
role.
sit. Everybody's gonna stand around.
Fucking jump Pashalik.
Jump him! God.
She rushed him.
She shakes you.
She's manhandling me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna need you to step back or you're gonna have. Oh man. Chill.
You bring-
Fucking. I
to
swear.
bring this illusion into my home?
You know,
You don't talk about my ward as some paltry illusion. My magic is.
her
You
name
begin
is
to see
Deidre.
her. You begin to see her hands crackle with this dark, electrical magic. And at the mention of the name Deidre, she freezes. I don't know what kind of cruel trick you lot are playing.
You're the one who invited us and attacked me. Put me down.
She's staring at Deidre, who is kind of tucked herself behind Pashalik, not really knowing what to do.
It was Lokobo, correct?
Hoi.
Is that your daughter?
My niece.
Niece.
Oh, they're both.
You're right.
You think I don't know that?
I'm not telling you. I'm him.
Don't say you left her there. You don't get to call yourself something, part here.
She takes a couple steps back from you. Left her there.
Left her there. 25 years.
She was dead.
And trapped.
Be nice to me.
You see this overwhelming sense of grief and guilt wash over her.
Never thought maybe I should go see what happened. I mean, never thought anything. If you have any of these skills, then you could have checked on it. You could have seen what happened to your family. Not leaving it to someone else.
Two years. 2 years before my entire family slaughtered each other. My brother. He locked me out of the library. I couldn't go in even if I wanted to. I tried. And quite frankly, I don't take kindly to strangers who walk in my home and accuse me of abandoning my family. I did everything I could. For my brother, my sister-in-law, those children. She stands there silent for a while.
Listen, Pash, let's not tear into this woman. First of all, we still need help. Second of all, big part, we're able to our shit.
First of all, I don't not respect you. You are the closest one here. You all are doing your best, and that is all I can ask from you. But this, I just kind of gesture at Lokovo. I'm not going. I have just been. I had the idea that this was an aunt or family of some kind, but to know that they just. They just you. He's so flustered. He's just like he's sparking.
I understand your rage, Ashley. I understand where you're coming from. I understand your care. But this is not the woman to blame. And I know it's rich, but want to correct any of this, can't be attacking her. Especially, we don't belong here.
And I mean, she's gone through so much. You know,
She's gone through so much.
you've gone. I'm not. We've also. I don't look. 25 years of knowing you couldn't get into that library even if you wanted to. I feel like that's rough. Knowing that you wanted to be a part of something, wanted to help.
I'd appreciate if you'd stop speaking of me like I'm not standing here. And if you'd stop throwing baseless accusations around, perhaps I could explain myself.
Yeah, please go for it.
Balance is back. In a different chair.
Pash doesn't.
Udaris has always had a bit of an obsession with that library. She, took advantage of my particular skill set. Growing crops, creating tonics to enrich the land, creating toxins to take down foes. It was good money. I'm not proud of what I did for that wretch, but anyway, my father, he wanted big things for me and my brother. And Udaris wanted my brother to jumpstart the library. Before he was caretaker, the library was dormant for gods know how long. My father would not allow my brother to take on this task until he married, had a family, a legacy to carry on the name Carnival. And Judaris, that obsessive bitch, she bought a woman from Marwos. Stole her from her home and arranged this marriage between my brother and Celie, their mother. After about a year of the two of them being married, Celie fell pregnant with the eldest, the little boy, Linus. And my father finally released my brother and their growing family into that haunted place. And the library, it's not just a building. It's alive. It's sentient. I don't know. I don't know how any of it works, but it changes people. It pulls out their worst attribute and exemplifies it. I don't know the magic or the science or the machinery. I don't. But my brother always had a bit of an issue with his temper. And then he murdered his wife and son. Linus always had a horrific sense of curiosity, and then she looks at Deidre. And it's like she can't make herself say the words. Celie was always very cautious. She was ripped from her home. And by the end, she was a paranoid mess. She believed people were following her everywhere she went. She barely left the library. And then 2 years before they died, Celie invited me over. And I couldn't take it anymore. The children were unhappy, Celie was unhappy, my brother was maddened. I offered to take the kids so that they could find somewhere else, run away, go to Marwat. My brother almost killed me that day. Deidre was so distraught. She was only 2. She was so distraught, and she was crying. And my brother took her doll away, and this little girl, you wouldn't think anything harmful could come out of that, but she exploded. I don't know, I just remember blue flames engulfing all of us. She pulls her sleeve up, and you see this nasty scar. It looks halfway like a burn and halfway like frostbite and necrosis. She pulls her sleeve back down. My brother, he kicked me out of the house, the library that day, and he installed a blood lock on the door. If I so much set foot in that library, I would be atomized. And I had a husband. We were trying to start a family. I hated myself for not being able to do more for those children, but there wasn't anything I could do. I never saw any of them again until Celie showed up at my door, ranting and raving, saying that my brother had gone mad and that the kids... I kept writing to anyone, mercenaries, my brother, Celie, Doris, the High Priestess of Marwat, and Tortaloct. I did everything. There was nothing I could do. There was nothing I could do. And she sits down in her chair and she looks away from all of you.
I know. Not in the exact way. Not the same way as you, but I know what it's like to feel helpless when a loved one is in danger. I've been trying to tell myself this ever since I left, and I think some days I believe it, and some days I don't. But I know from your story, you did all you could. You tried. You put in that effort. That bloodlock, you couldn't risk a family you could have created on top of everything. You know, it sucks. I know it sucks. I'm so sorry.
She keeps looking back at Deidre, who is sort of caught between worlds right now. Over the course of the conversation, it's clear that Deidre recognizes this person and wants to go to her, but she also sees how Pashalik feels and almost feels how Pashalik feels, and she's just frozen there. Elle looks at you, kind of wiping away tears angrily. All right. You have my statement.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Deidre breaks the uncomfortable silence. And that's when Elle breaks down, crying. She gets up from her chair and she is very wary of Pashalik, and looks to him for confirmation that she can approach Deidre.
So at this point, was Deidre still behind me, or was she still like? Did she like pushed herself in front, or was?
She's kind of hovering next to you. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll say she kind of took not a step because she's floating, but essentially a step forward.
Yeah.
And then Elle looks to me, and I'm gonna look at her eyes. If the only thing stopping them from being a flame is that they are eyes, they are just clearly just there's so many different warring emotions firing between them. And he's gonna look at her. And he's gonna. This is her choice, as she is my ward for as long as she wishes. I think you failed. You think you failed. Death is preferable to failing family. You allowed a member of my family to be taken with nothing. Your morals, your whatever, gone. Because you wanted something. You needed something more on your own. I turn and I start walking, and after a few steps, Deidre makes her choice as she wills. If you will it, what is the cat's shop?
Cat's Cradle.
If you will it, the Cat's Cradle has a key of sorts to enter that library. Your nephew is still trapped within. Fix that, and maybe you aren't worthless. And I leap down and I cast Featherfall.
Deidre immediately dashes to her aunt, and they hug. There are a couple words exchanged between them that you can't quite hear. But the one phrase you can hear is sort of a broken, crackled voice. I don't think it was your fault. And Logan, can Deidre willingly bamf herself into your mind palace?
We've kind of been giving her a weird shifty thing, so I think that's on you. That's up to you.
Okay. She would go into her pocket dimension.
We talked about how it's essentially just like hallways of just like wooden rooms with light flaring between the slats of wood.
Mm-hmm.
The doors all throughout these hallways are not doorways. They are not entrances. They are engulfed, just pure fire for each doorway. And then it's all out as soon as she enters. She's entered, there's a moment, and then the fires cease.
You feel the cold wrap in your mind. There's no anger. There's a bit of sadness, yes, but there is also a sense of closure that you get from Deidre. And in your mind, you hear, I know you're angry, but I don't think she's the one to be angry at.
Pash doesn't respond. If you are cool with this, I want to try and do something if you're all right with it. Pash doesn't respond. Doors, all the doorways are closed, and it's almost as if like in a dream when everything just seems to be, it's not moving, but everything just seems to be closing in. And he's quiet. He says nothing. But a different hand is going to put their hand on Deidre's shoulder. And if she turns, it's going to be a much younger goblin. It's going to be a much younger man. Hey. Hi. I'm Grenzo. He's not all there. And you've done a lot to help. But he's not... He does care. But he's lost. And there's no one to help him find a path. I don't get out. I'm a thought. I'm a memory. Hi. It's so nice to meet you. I've seen you. You've been doing really well. But he's difficult. And I'm sorry for him. But please know that he does care. And know that if you want to stay here, he will understand. If you want to go with your family, he will know. And he will find a way. And he's just a big smile.
Deidre has always appeared as this little girl. But in this moment, she seems a little older. She smiles down at the goblin.
He's not wearing any of his Grinzo things. He just got a soft white shirt, like brown.
And she says, fire can be very destructive. It can rip apart beautiful things. But it can also burn a path in the trees. But small brush fire can't do that. The more fire, the brighter it burns. And the more fire you have, the more you learn to tame it. And then she returns to the form of a 4-year-old little girl. And she walks into her room and closes the door.
Door closes, camera pans. No one else in that hall.
Yeah. Back in the room, Lakobo is just standing there, confused as to where her niece went, but says nothing.
Can Fallon walk up?
Yeah.
She'd approach Elle, and she'd try her best to be as gentle as she can. Even though she's not the best at it, she is slowly learning. She just kind of says, "None of this is your. We're burned by someone corrupt, someone with more power and influence than you and your family than you could ever hope to do anything against. You did everything you could by writing to her, to others. Tried to fix it. Fortunate.
She breathes deeply. Those are very kind words. I wish they were true.
They
As... Go ahead.
Even if they are, done is done. All you can do is move forward. I'm starting to realize some nasty things about. I don't quite understand where I belong, what I need to do to fix them, or if they're even wrong in the first place. But all I can do
You
is
wanna know? You wanna know a secret? You're still young. You've got time. As despicable as the little one's words were, he wasn't wrong. I did what I could, but I was acting in my own self-interest rather than the interest of those babies. That's on me till the day I die. That being said, the real secret is nobody really belongs anywhere. There is no pre-written destiny. There is no purpose. There's nothing. There's just a prison we're all trapped in. And we're all selfish. And we're all evil. And we're all good. And we're all everything and nothing.
Fallon kind of takes those words to heart. She kind of looks down and just ponders about herself, about being a champion, about being an enforcer, about everything that she's done now and then.
I don't know if there's any redemption for me. And I don't know if the bloodlock is still active. I know the key the little one was talking about. To be honest, I don't even think I could get in the front door, let alone up to that room to use that key.
Even if you did. It's a dangerous place. I mean, the 5 of us struggled to reverse it.
There's a lot of sin that haunts that library. Knowing my nephew is still stuck there. Knowing that my niece and my nephew have been there this entire time. I don't really know how to cope with that, but I thank you for letting me know. I don't care if I have to rip that building apart piece by piece. I'll get him out. And if I atomize, disintegrate, while doing so, well, at least I tried to put some good into the world. Where I failed. She grabs your hand. If you'll allow it.
Alan allows it. She's a little taken aback, but she allows it.
Listen to me, children. And she looks at the other three that are still in the room. I don't know what your mission is. I don't know what your goal is. Don't fail. It'll haunt you forever if you do. If you're not willing to die for something, then you are a failure. And if this is important to you, if this is your path, or whatever, find the strength to be willing to die for it. The road ahead doesn't get any easier. I promise you that. She releases your hand, turns around and sits back in the chair. When did you say the trial was?
In days, was that?
It would be about 5 days now, because
5
of the
days.
travel.
Probably about 5 days.
I'll be there.
Oh, and sorry, before I forget, Navarros walks up, and hands her, not the coins. Navarros hands her one of the.
Shit.
I'm sure this is this is in her tower. I don't think she would think about it, but it was already in her tower, and Navarro's just thinking like, oh, this might help. I don't know. Would hand her a vial of the curse liquid, the curse potion relief.
She looks at it.
I
I see you ransacked my stash.
We kept getting in the nicest way possible reamed by the Feywild.
Oi.
So we thought it was a good idea, but I don't know if this would help with like the blood lock. I don't know if that's necessarily like a curse. But I thought this would be of use, maybe.
She laughs. That's sweet, but it's not that kind of curse.
I see.
Besides, where you're going, I think you'll need that more than I do. Plus, I can always make more.
Navarros nods. And then before I forget,
Oi.
they pull out. I think they technically put this on like the altar in like the cathedral in like the main city. So I'm gonna say that they had multiple. They pull out the Feymeyer crocodile talon or like claw.
Takes it. If you're giving it to her, she takes it.
Yeah.
And as you hand it to her, she grabs your hand and pulls you. Protect the little one. He has my niece. If anything happens to him, that means something happened to her. And if that happens, I will personally hunt you down and kill you myself. Are we understood? She locks eyes with all of you as she's saying this.
Yeah.
We're all looking out for each other already.
Yeah.
She lets go.
What I mean to say, what I want to say, and I've said it before, but I feel like this drives my point home, is I've been a failure. Everything that you say is true. I don't have a purpose. I don't have a spot. I don't have a place to go, a place to call home. Nothing feels like that anymore to me. I have a family, but or at least I guess I call them family now. But I I think you're right. We're all young. We need to move on. I think we just what trips me up is I don't know how.
Take it from someone who has lost everyone. Take it from someone who lives alone in an old abandoned tower with a basilisk as her only friend. Find comfort in the people around you. It's your only hope.
Thank you. And you can keep the claw. That's too many memories. And Neveros wipes a tear from their eye. Okay, I'm gonna head down whenever you guys are ready.
She cocks her head back. Hold on to the memories. The rage is a good motivator. So is self-hatred. And she turns around to her desk and disengages from the conversation.
Neveros walks to the trellis and heads down. Leaving on the table, not on the desk. 32 copper.
God damn it.
There it is.
She says nothing. So, the rest of you, what do you do?
Keep with them, I suppose. No. Clearly done with the conversation. But I don't think there's much more to be said with all this. Follow. Embarrasses.
Okay. Renata?
Same.
Fallon?
Fallon stays for a second. Kind of has her head down to the... And knowing that she's kind of checked out of the conversation, she still chooses... She just says, "You know who I'm done. In fact, I doubt it. Thank you for... They're going to stick with me."
She says nothing, but you hear a really deep sigh of relief as you head down the ladder, and meet up with your friends. I assume all of you are. Where are you? What floor? Are you outside the tower?
Navarros would, as fast as they can, go down to the first floor to see Paul.
Alan suddenly remembered that the fish was still going backwards, but
Oh yeah.
she quickly bops it with the edge of her lance.
It resets.
Well, she has a little bit of a heart. Respect it.
It grew a size that day.
Accurate.
Kind of is though.
She really is. Can't wait to see the drawing of Fallon as the Grinch.
She stole
Just the
Christmas.
face.
That's what my art fight attack on you is gonna be at.
Oh my god. But after bapping the fish though, she goes outside, presumably Pash.
Yeah.
Okay. Renata,
Yes.
where are you? You left the living quarters, but what floor are you on? Are you outside?
I guess I don't know. Go where everyone else goes. I'm just around.
Okay. Strix?
Would I be able to burn any of the wood that's in that little top area?
Oh, excuse me.
She
You
wants
are
charcoal.
still on it with the fucking
Yeah.
charcoal?
Yeah.
Make an attack roll.
Attack roll? I just
What are
wanted
you? What are you using? Are you using a spell? What are you using?
to... Yeah, like a spell.
Just ask the lady if she has a fucking pencil.
She doesn't want to
could've.
talk anymore.
You really could.
Okay, more of a nature question. If I were to burn the wood, would it turn into sort of charcoal, or would it just fucking...
That's not how charcoal works.
There's
Or
a certain
some
level
sort
of
of,
processing.
coaly
There's
substance?
a certain level of there's a certain level of processing that goes into making charcoal sticks that are used as pencils. So I don't think spending like a minute in this floor trying to burn a piece of wood would give you the result that you're after. If you're attempting to
Why do
draw,
you want it? I forget why you want it.
Hey, Strix.
He
Yeah,
wants to do a charcoal rubbing on the door.
exactly.
You know someone lives here now.
Strix. No, for real.
He likes the door design. He wants to keep it on a little
Strix.
paper.
Strix.
Yes?
Or check the workbench. See if there's a charcoal. Like
Already checked
stick.
it.
You did it.
Yeah.
You did it. Oh shit. Check the desk at the very bottom. I only saw a flower. There could be something else.
do you check the desk?
Sure, I'll check the desk.
You do find a small bit of charcoal that you can
Is
use
it going
for
to
rubbing.
disintegrate in my hand like the last one did that I...
No. The bottom floor, the garden, and the top floor seem to be the only floors in the tower that are used.
Okay.
So the stuff in the bottom floor is relatively newer.
Tim's just tired of me and just like, here, have the goddamn charcoal.
I just wanted to
Just a
reset my
little bit.
fish that I accidentally
little
fucked
bit.
up.
Tim, you're the one who made me interested in the door.
I know, I shouldn't have.
Now
I did.
Strix is on his own mission. His
Now
B
we're
plot.
here.
Yeah. Navarros, after getting to Paul, will kind of like call Paul to like come up from the pond, not fully. And
Paul
would
is very
immediate-
happily splashing about. The 3 soulfish is what I'm calling them. They seem to be like schooled up with him and are kind of following him a little bit. But he obeys and he clambers out and kind of does a little shake to get some of the water off. He clambers out next to you.
Naberos will put their hands, kind of around like the jaw area, kind of like doing like a little smushy face to Paul, and then puts their forehead to it.
Oh. It nuzzles in, and as you're nuzzling, you feel as you're reunited with your companion, your beast.
Mhm.
You feel weight where there wasn't. You feel this very low hum in your pocket. And you reach in and you find a ring. It's a silver ring with a small, almost like a locket casing. And there's a rune inscribed in the ring. You get the sense that when Elle pulled you in to essentially threaten you about her niece, she may have slipped something in your pocket.
Reverse pickpocket.
What's this?
Make an Arcana check.
Okay. 20.
With a 20, you recognize this rune. Your father was not a very magical person, but he was relatively superstitious. And he believed that this rune was a symbol of solidarity with beasts. You inspect it and you turn it over in your hands, and you realize if you flick the locket portion open, the rune lights up. And as you're cuddling your crocodile, without even thinking, you just very gently press the ring to his side. And the beast form shifts and apparates and gets smaller and smaller inside the ring. And the rune glows orange. You flick the ring open again, and he comes out.
Pokeball.
You now
What a
Yeah.
fun trinket.
You now have a ring of beast holding, which you can use to transport your beast.
Oh my goodness.
How did she even know you had that crocodile?
You guys didn't ask very many questions.
Well, yeah, she's a dumb bitch.
Listen, I'm sure that she recognizes that and are very much the same because we both have beasts that we love very much. But in doing this, Nuvera's flicks the ring to make sure Paulo's outside of it.
Yes.
And squeezes Paul just a little tighter. And like kind of squints, like a closed-eyed squint, forcing a tear to fall. That was stuck.
Sorry.
All right. You ready to go, bud?
He happily shakes.
All right. Navarros will flick the ring.
Okay. So, Shalik, while the others finished their conversation, what have you been doing outside?
Well, it took him a minute. He only leapt down the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Since they were kind of off center. But once I get outside, he's just gonna like kind of fall back to the stone wall. He's just gonna slide down, and then just like head in his hands, just sit until people come out.
While you're
Full disassociate.
the brief moment you're alone, You feel all of the emotions. Rage, fury, closure, calmness. You can't really distinguish which emotions are yours. Maybe all of them are. Maybe you're sharing emotions. You're not sure. Your mind has been scattered for a while. But you feel tapping inside your mind 3 times. It's not aggressive or panicked like it usually is when Deidre does things like this. It's soft. And through your telepathic bond or your fast friendship with this child, whatever the method, you get the sense that Deidre has chosen to stay with you.
He doesn't respond, but the space that she's in does calm and kind of go back to what it normally is. It's still not normal, it's not good, but it's his normal, it's his status quo. And he just lets out a deep sigh.
The rest of your friends exit the tower. Some of them are hanging their heads in shame, guilt, self-hatred, much like you, much like how you feel. Others walk out with an air of closure. Others with a sense of confusion. But you're all together again.
Great, now we gotta wander into the mushroom woods.
I'm sure it'll be fine. Haven't we?
Well, something else did.
For the whole way, don't.
Yeah.
Well,
Fun.
as long as we got each other, right?
Yeah, I doubt we'll die.
Well,
That's how other people talk to us anyway.
yeah.
The
Okay, let's
5 of
get
you.
going.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say let's get going. I was letting everyone else get their answer.
The 5 of you begin to meander aimlessly away from the tower. If you choose to, you look back upon the tower with whatever emotions you're feeling right now.
Barrels would.
Alan definitely.
Emotions are high, and not everyone agrees with how that interaction went down. Not everyone has the same view on Elle or the Carnival situation or Udaris. But one thing is clear. Whether you like it or not, you have allies in this dangerous place. You walk by and brush your fingertips against the cold surface of some of the smaller toadstools. And they're soft, they glitter. There is beauty within the evil. There is kindness within the corruption. And there is just a little bit more hope than there was yesterday. And I think that's where we'll end the session.
Before you do that,
No.
No, there's one small thing. It's nothing crazy.
You meant to leave 33 goal.
Yeah, no, you're right. A little tip. No, as I feel like right before Niberos and Fallon, or right as they're turning back, Niberos will move a little closer to Fallon, and if she allows it, Niberos will put their hand on like Fallon's shoulder and like comfort.
Fallon does allow it.
Fallon's being touched a lot today.
She really is. She's a little confused by it, but she's just.
It's also kind of crazy because Fallon's like, what, 6 foot, 7 foot?
Yeah.
Would Niberos even be able to reach her shoulder?
Niberos is 4'3".
On.
They're gonna get they're gonna get close. They're
Yes,
gonna get
They
close.
might just be like
If it's-
kind of on
if
the.
it's not shoulder, it's like upper arm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
'cause she's
yeah.
7 foot tall on the dot.
Uh,
But yeah, no, Fallon would
That's-
allow it, and she would kind of put her hand on his head and like give him like a little, rough him up a little bit.
Oh,
Oh.
that was all I wanted to do.
We'll end the session there.
By the way, Zim, I know it wasn't
Oh,
explicitly mentioned, but I very much took a charcoal rubbing of that door on my parchment.
Yes. That is fine.
Winning.
You're gonna find some like weird like for that, and it's gonna be like really
He's
important.
just gonna make a scrapbook. No.
It's gonna be very niche.
Oh yeah,
It's gonna be
Scrapbook.
very niche use.
scrapbook of
Also,
the
we
horrors.
had the glowing fish and we didn't do anything with it, and I was kind of tempted to just take Fallon's staff again and just tap one of the glowing fish.
I-
But
I wonder what
I
would have
fixed
happened if
one.
you tapped it with like the opposite soul.
Oh, I should have tried that.
oh, that could have been cool.
I didn't think about that until just now, so it'd be kind of awkward for
I
us to
kind
go
of had
back
the idea
into
with
it.
Deidre, like how her soul would interact, but I didn't think about it doing it with other fish.
Yeah. But with Deidre,
Yeah.
it's like it'd be affecting somebody we care about. The other fish we don't give shits about.
True.
I gave enough of a shit to fix.
Well, that was just animal cruelty. There's a difference.
Oh.
Whatever.
It's confirmed now. Fallon doesn't stand for animal cruelty as of now.
Aww.
Listen, she may be a war criminal, but she's a monster.
Well,
To be determined.
Hey, she's getting there.
TBD.
She's in her questioning phase.
Questioning.
Oh, what a good session.
It was good
That
stuff.
was a really good session. I feel like everyone had like a good moment.
I still want to go, honestly.
I would.
I wish we had more hours.
Same.
Tomorrow.
I know.
Yeah,
I
tomorrow. Let's
know.
go. Let's
Let's
go.
do it tomorrow. Tomorrow. Let's do
Tomorrow?
it.
No.
Quit your job
Logan's like, ugh.
now.
I'd have to work.
Quit it
Y'all,
now.
I burned through all my backup content from the previous session. I don't got nothing else yet.
All right.
Damn.
You have 24 hours. Make more session.
It's gotta be a good one. Logan's quitting
Logan,
his
when are
job.
you off again? This is just Sunday, Monday?
Sunday, Monday. Well, yeah, Sunday, Mondays, Fridays are what I got right now, but Fridays are off the table.
Ah, damn. I was gonna say, let's do Friday.
That's what I was told. Fridays were no,
I gotta get up real early on Fridays.
and that's
so-
fair. I get it.
Ugh.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
fair, I understand. But, ugh.
About the
I know.
Everybody
14th,
quit your
then.
job.
I already quit mine.
Did you?
Yeah, I quit mine.
Oh,
shit.
nice.
Yeah, my last day was the 4th.
I'm currently jobless.
And Nat quit their job so they could move in with me.
I'm actually on
That's
Indeed
fair.
right now.
On Indeed, yeah. Every
I
now
need
and then
to,
I'd look over and I'd just see you, like, job searching.
I need to submit a few resumes to jobs, but honestly, I haven't been
Oh, and I'm
getting
pretty
any
sure you're
bites
supposed
recently.
to, like, have a new job lined up before you quit, but, you know.
I have
Kinda
a
does.
summer gig.
Yeah.
I have a summer gig.
Okay, okay.
A bit
I'm
harder
not, like,
to get one.
completely jobless.
Well, it's harder to get one lined up whenever you're like 3 hours away.
Yeah, that's fair.
I just kind of took the plunge.
Well, yeah, Nat has a different situation. Owen's not moving
the
from what I
plunge. No, I'm not moving, but I did it for my mental health.
feel.
I clicked next on the page and it just says forbidden.
Forbidden.
What? Wait, no, hold on. I'm showing this.
Forbidden.
This is like the most ominous screen ever.
Indeed said you are forbidden to continue. You want to continue? Fuck you.
What the fuck?
Banned. You're banned.
I didn't know you could
Forbidden
get
from
banned
job.
from
What the fuck?
Indeed.
This is the weirdest fucking. forbidden.
Especially because like Indeed is so just like open.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, well,
Jeez, that's
Oh,
crazy.
Weird.
yeah.
I'm so
Crazy.
glad that we didn't have to spend another 5 sessions on one building.
I know, we got
There
through
was
that,
stuff
like,
in the other building. There wasn't anything in this.
I don't know. You kind of.
I
There was
joke.
lots of
There's lots of stuff.
You guys just didn't.
We
Well,
didn't
you
want to keep.
found it. You didn't like follow through.
do you want us
Listen.
to? It seemed like you were trying to lead us to different paths, man.
I was just here for the ride.
Fallon enjoyed the fish.
Yeah, Fallon got really
and
into this
Naveros
fish.
was interested in the flower, but Naveros was also like, I don't know what it is. It looks interesting, but oh well.
I mean,
It's a
like,
jar.
you guys haven't been like banned from Elle's house.
It'd be kind of
like-
weird
Yeah,
if
we
we
can
just
always come
walked
back.
back in there. Then.
We'd have to get like an invite again.
Yeah,
you
I
have
think-
the letterbox still.
True.
Hey, girly pop, can we come in there and play with your fishy?
Well, we get to okay. Listen, we get to see her at the trial. I might just ask.
We know she'll be at the trial. We could just stay around here and break into her house while she's gone.
Oh my god.
Take
No, but we have to.
We have to be at
there
the
for
trial.
trial.
You guys kind of expected to be at the trial.
We're like the prosecution, essentially.
I want to kill it, and you guys said no.
It-
If I can't kill it,
Listen,
there's no reason for me to.
there were kids involved.
I'm gonna be honest.
No.
I'm gonna be honest. If she's either sent to prison or found innocent somehow, I'm just gonna kill her anyway.
Okay, here's the thing.
I'll agree to that.
Or crime.
This wasn't made explicitly clear because I was on one whenever I was running the like letters, because like it's hard to like run a letter exchange like that.
Impromptu, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
hard. But basically, all of your characters would know that the goal of this trial is not to determine guilt, because like the evidence
It's
is
essentially to like
overwhelming.
incriminate.
The
without a
goal of
reasonable doubt.
this is to determine what the punishment will be,
Fair enough.
because the
Yeah,
You
see,
know.
it worked out. Pash, you're fine.
the other regions, they know that Udaris is corrupt. They do not know the scale at which she is corrupt. Your job is basically to go out, find evidence, find testimonies, and then present that in order to kind of sway what the sentencing will be, if you will.
Honestly, that
Yeah.
does beg the
Live
question:
fire.
where the fuck are we gonna go after this? We're just kind of on our own. It's like the first time we as a party have not had like absolute instruction.
Yeah.
Point.
Fallon doesn't know what to do
Oh.
with herself. She's lost. Yeah, but it's worse.
Well, we have a survivalist. I'm sure something will happen.
We gotta at least be back at that town.
You have
That's
to be
gonna
back at
take, like, 2
Iramule.
days.
Iramule is the
That's where we left, right?
That's
where
the temple.
We were at the
Yes.
outskirts of.
Those-
That's
is
the
like
temple.
the temple.
That's so
Oh.
far away. It'd probably take us 5 days. That's where the trial's being.
No, the journey to the Con Forest took you
Not even 2 days.
Not even.
roughly a day,
Yeah, it
but
was-
you
it was not
also,
long.
but you were also stopped with the combat and everything, and
Yeah.
it took Clover quite a bit to get to the Cat's Cradle
It was
outpost.
like a day and a half.
She took us.
Yeah.
Oh, she gave us so much food.
Yeah.
Yeah. And nobody has asked for rations. Naveros has plenty of rations.
Fallon has her own rations as well.
Yeah, Naveros has rations on top of the rations Clover gave them. So
Oh, it's just.
they're just kind of like eating rations from both, and they're like, "Does anybody want any? I have the rations for a reason.
I
I'm
mean,
giving them out to you
we've been
guys."
doing stuff.
A
We've
bit
been doing
busy, man.
stuff since getting it for like 30 minutes. We
Yeah.
didn't. I wasn't really feeling hungry.
That's
in
fair.
that 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I was
I mean,
awake and eating food in the tavern while you guys were all just napping.
That's fair. I mean, to be fair, Barrows took like one little like jerky piece and was just chewing
Fair.
at the very beginning.
I'm excited. There are secrets. There are.
Whoa, secrets I would never guessed.
Wait a minute. I didn't sign up for secrets.
Secrets.
Things are very slowly unraveling.
I'm very excited.
And there are lots of secrets to uncover.
Hit him again?
I fixed.
There are lots of paths you can take.
That globe looked awfully openable.
That globe did look awfully openable. I
Oh,
forgot
yeah, I
about
forgot
that.
about that
I
globe.
also forgot about the globe.
Nobody thought about the globe.
No, we all kind of were like,
Probably had
"Ooh,
crack in there."
everything else.
I thought
Probably
about
had
the things in the
exactly
room,
32 copper.
but like I'm not gonna snoop through this lady's shit. She seems chill.
While she's in the room.
Yeah. Pash had to get out of there, so
Yeah.
I
feel
would have
like-
pocketed some stuff, but Pash had to get out of there.
I know
That's
how
understandable.
Pashalik feels about Elle. How does Logan feel about Elle?
Kind of lame, but fine.
Rude.
If she had it's calm down. This isn't Logan attacking you. This is you made a character that I understand where they're coming from, and it's a very valid point. I can still call them dumb. Because if she's talented this way, she's this potion and alchemist and all that, whatever, then she should, I would think, have a decent bankroll. It took 5 of us doing nothing. I don't even think we were that beat up. Going through that whole place. It just took time. She could have just hired like 30 dudes. Like, get in there.
Well, she did say that she tried.
Sure, and if she did, it was probably those 6 zombies we found. Fucking fill that place up with dudes. Send dudes.
Send dudes.
Or, reach out to some higher authorities, like,
Also,
I know she said that she reached out, but...
there's also the issue of Elle knew that they were dead. She did not know that they were stuck there. Like,
Yeah.
that was news to her. Like, she didn't know that they were ghosts. Like, and one doesn't just assume that, you know?
You're right.
So, like, how would she have known?
Was Elle the one who was behind Teotal too? I should have asked.
Oh.
I
Where are
can't
you getting
remember if
that?
it was because Teotal was in the library,
Yes.
and Teotal was also corrupted by the library. Was Teotal just the families, or was it Elle's? I can't remember.
Your understanding of the gargoyle is that the gargoyle had been there before the Carnival family took over the library
Okay.
and remained there after the Carnival family
Perished.
passed away. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I was like, I couldn't remember the details, but
All I can remember with the gargoyle talking about, like, ownership, they said, like, they didn't want to displease.
Yes.
yeah,
So,
they just didn't want to displease the princess, and then
that's all I can remember, like, any sort of owner.
we bullied the shit out of it until it became opalescent.
We
I also
did.
wanted to bring up the princess with Elle, but the whole Pash stuff, I was like, well, I'll let Pash take over. This is his situation.
I genuinely forgot about the princess stuff until
So-
just now, because we talked
Yeah,
about
I
the
also
gargoyle.
forgot about the princess stuff because it has been so not necessarily long gone, but like even in their time, like Nibiru's has a lot that they're thinking about. The princess is not one of them.
Fallon was just trying to do damage control for Pash. Which is a
Hey.
weird role for her.
You do you. He's a wildfire. He does everything he can.
Yeah, well, normally, like, it's weird because normally Fallon is, like, on the same page as Pash, but not with. Because Fallon's sympathetic toward, obviously.
Yeah.
Um,
And it's also a matter of, like, Elle, like, knows. She
Yeah.
doesn't appreciate that some fox barged into her house, and started yelling how she's a failure and she failed her niece and nephew.
We were invited. She knew we were getting picked
Yeah.
up. We knocked. We set off her alarm. And she
Yeah.
couldn't be bothered. To be like, hey,
Yeah,
chill.
she had the alarm and just ignored it. I don't really know what it heard.
Yeah.
She was just sitting
But-
there stewing like, oh, the intruders are gonna come up here any moment. I'm gonna give them a piece of my mind. Let's go.
I'm
Kind
gonna
of.
speak to
Like-
them peacefully.
There were so many traps that you guys narrowly avoided.
Really?
Oh man.
Yeah. So,
Oh, I know it.
you imagine the security is not necessarily to alert her. The security is there to take out the threat before it gets to her.
That's fair. They were men.
Yeah.
I'm just really glad that Pash and Renata had a really big, nice conversation.
Oh yeah.
Pash talking to Nathan.
Just Pash talking to nothing. But Pash very much acting like a dad, being like, so it looks like this here actually.
Yeah, just
and then
fully
this
explaining
over
everything
here.
he's finding. He's like, all right.
This is interesting. This is cool.
See, what you don't understand
And
about
Renata,
this-
and Renata's trying not to die and then moving away.
scratching on the ground, like not even near Pash anymore. Other side of the room. Don't worry about it. But no. Just to backtrack to Logan's thought on her also, which still great character. That was very cool.
Lame as hell.
She's like, I want to take it apart brick by brick, and I'm like, you couldn't have done that 20 years ago.
They
when
didn't
you're
know
home."
they were stuck inside.
This is without that. This is without knowing that they're alive, or not alive, but trapped. This place is what caused your entire family to die.
Yeah.
You either kill.
I feel like you'd at least want to like retrieve the dead bodies or something.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
there's
'cause-
there's also the matter of she had a husband. They were trying to start a family of their own. She couldn't get in to the library without being atomized.
Mhm.
You don't know what that means, but I assume it's not
I
good.
know. He
Yeah.
doesn't.
She couldn't get in, and she was trying to start her own family. She had a husband. She had a life that
That was more important than someone who was kidnapped. That she knew was kidnapped. She's like, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
she
Oh,
very
that'd be nothing.
obviously disapproves of the situation, but she kind of felt helpless.
Talon, and also Nat to a degree, especially Nat to a degree. But they're like, from my perspective, it's like she could not have known that like their souls were trapped. She had no idea. So, in my eyes, why should she have? Should have just tried to move on. Why should she, racked herself with this building instead of trying to move on?
Yeah.
'Cause even
And-
if there is guilt there, why should she sit on it and remain?
You also didn't ask if she tried to tear it apart.
Yeah.
You guys know from previous accounts that people have tried to burn the library down. People have tried to bulldoze it, and it always
Yeah, because
comes
didn't we
back.
have like logs and stuff? Like
Yeah.
like logs in like accounts and stuff,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and like letters.
So you don't necessarily know if she didn't try. And you know that the library, you now know that the library is corrupted by something that makes it alive.
Probably the
Something that
princess.
Instead
Darius
of
is-
warning people, instead of reaching out, instead of creating some kind of anti-Udarius cabal,
Well, she
hid in her
tried.
tower in the middle of the woods.
Did reach
like a
out.
little
She did.
bitch.
She